Is it on now? Excellent. Ms. Wood, have you been able to speak with Mr. Williams today yet?
I have not spoken with Judge.
Okay.
But he goes to the Steelies with us, and I think he's good to go.
Okay. I was less worried about him being okay with Ms. Feely, and we're still going forward with trial.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Mr. Frazier, good morning. How are you? Good. You and Ms. Honholt, who you can't see right now because she's not in the building yet, are backups to the gentleman whose trial we will likely start this morning. I need you to stick around till he comes out and tells me he's ready to go forward. And then if he is, I'll hear from Ms. Dilligard from the state. And then, of course, Ms. Wood is always ready to represent you. But her other client, one of her other clients, Mr. Williams, is the case that's going out today. We've got one more cycle to catch your speedy trial, which is our April trial calendar. I know you'd prefer not to get dragged back into court this many times, but I'm juggling a bunch of different cases, and I've got one more bite at the apple to make sure if your case is going to be a trial, we get to that before the clock runs out. Let me just figure out what Mr. Williams is going to do, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with your case, okay? Thanks. How we doing now? Missing two? Ms. Hansberry is probably not going to be here this morning, so if you'd let Deidre know, she could call. That'd be great. And Ms. Reimer and Ms. Robinson, good morning.
Good morning.
One thing that we didn't cover, but hopefully you've heard about, is that in this division, jurors get to ask questions at the end of the direct and cross. So when the lawyers are done, then I ask them if they have questions. They write them down. It's not just they raise their hand, like, what were you doing that night? And then we'll go out in the hallway and take a look at the questions. If it's two or three and I get them and it's just, was it dark that night? I don't go back in the hallway anymore. I used to let everyone read every question, but I've developed a comfort level that if it is a non-controversial question, even if it repeats it, it may be that Ms. Wood had asked, what was the lighting like? I don't ever sustain the objection of asked and answered, because clearly that juror didn't hear that answer. But if the questions get into either a brand new space that no one covered, then I want you to know that's coming. Or it could be something like, that seems like it could be hearsay, I'm not sure. So we'll go out in the hallway and discuss the questions. And if there's an objection to a question and I agree with it, I just don't ask it. I'll tell the jurors in advance, hey, some of your questions may not get asked. So I don't come out and say, hey, whoever had that question, that's sustain the objection to it. They won't know who objected or what. They'll just know their question wasn't asked. And sometimes you'll see that 4 jurors have the very same question, and it tells you that is a hot topic. And then you get to follow up based on those questions, not something you forgot to cover during your direct, but if, for example, the question is, what was the lighting like? And the witness says whatever the witness says, you can say, hey, you mentioned that there were street lights. Were they those orange ones or those green ones? Did that affect your ability to see things? And we'll do that for every witness, not just the interesting ones. So Robinson, would you mind, I think the tissue box on the witness stand is empty. And so I will, if you give me the empty one, I'll give you a full one. Thank you. Mr. Frazier.
May I have some tissue, please?
You sure can. It just went up to the witness stand, but Ms. Wood can get you the tissue. Actually, Deputy Gordon can grab the tissue box. Can you bring that over to Ms. Wood, please?
Awesome.
She knows you're keeping a tally. Okay.
Jury number one.
Juror number one on that list. And it's also, okay, Boone. Got it. Okay. And no contact with that person right now. Okay. All right.
It is also like 400 jurors trying to get in the building.
Yeah, no, it's zany. Lots of trials starting today. Hopefully that's where, trying to remember this guy. Oh yeah, I remember him. He seems like he'd show up. All right. Are there things, Ms. Wood, we need to talk about on the record with Mr. Williams, or it's basically let's get started?
I think we're good, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Dilligard, then tell me what's happening with the state and Mr. Frazier.
Maybe defense counsel, I'm not sure. Last time we spoke, it was kind of in limbo. And so right now the state's offer to resolve the case is to pay restitution in exchange for a null cross.
Okay.
But I don't know, he agreed, and then maybe, I'm not sure where it is right now.
Tide shifts sometimes.
Correct. He has informed me this morning that he wants to proceed to trial.
Okay. So Mr. Frazier, what I heard just now is that in exchange for paying some amount of restitution, I don't know what that is, that's apparently paying back this guy who his allegations are the basis of the charges against you, that the state would then dismiss the case. You're of course not obligated to do anything other than show up for court for your trial. And that's what you did today. We're not able to go forward with your trial because Mr. Williams is in the slot ahead of you. He's been in jail for many, many, many months, and he faces some serious charges, and we're going to take care of those this week. You are in the number one position for the trial calendar that, I don't know what day we call it, but it starts on April 14th. So Monday the 14th, we call it on, do we just call it the day it starts? That doesn't seem like it makes sense.
April 3rd. Yeah, on April 3rd.
Oh my gosh, wow, we call it way in advance. Okay, so next Thursday, you'll need to be back here at 9, first thing in the morning. We'll call the trial calendar. If something's changed, then something's changed. If it hasn't, then on the 14th of April is when we would pick the jury in your case. If it's a jury trial, you and Ms. Wood want to do a bench trial. That's up to you. How we do that, she can talk to you about that. So I won't keep you here any longer, other than you're hearing me. You'll get notice as well, and Ms. Wood will reach out to you that you'll need to be here the morning of the 3rd for the trial calendar call. Ms. Dilligard, anything else? Okay, Ms. Wood?
No, thank you.
All right, thanks for being here. You're welcome to stay if you want to. You don't need to stay. Okay, you want to meet Mr. Williams?
No.
Oh, okay. And then as for Ms. Honholt, my thought is we won't bring her up, assuming Williams is going forward, unless you think that she'll want to hear from you.
I know she's already upset about still being here, so I'm
gonna fix that today. If we don't reach her case, she'll go back into the state system, which will make her even more upset, but she won't be here. She'll be neither at ACDC nor in our courthouse. She'll be serving a sentence that she said would go away. Hey, are you one of the jurors?
Yes.
Hey, good to see you. You need to, well, just come through this way. We're waiting on you. You're the last one. Yeah, special. That's okay. They're gonna let you have it. Come right through that door. And then in the future, you're gonna come in through the back and around. But today, there's a hidden door. Keep walking and pull that. Pull. There you go. And then immediately to your right. Glad we were talking about Ms. Honholm. So I'll bring her up if you want to give her, she could during the break vent, but my thought was either turn that bus around or she just stays down there and goes back. I'm gonna let Ms. Nelson know that she can go back to Lee Arundel.
Perfect.
Does that bring you inner peace?
Yes, Josh.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Then when Deputy Gordon comes back out, let's bring Mr. Williams out. And you're all done. Thanks. I don't know if you all have admired, there's a new setup in the back of the courtroom, not that you're ever looking in that direction, but they put this film over the two bottom panes so people can't look in. I mean, they can look in, but they don't see anything. But it lets a little light in. We don't have those icky shades or blinds, or whatever they were. And then the top pane, basically, like Manute Ball could look in, or Wembanyama or someone, but no one else. Ms. Hansberry is very pleased with how it turned out.
Need some artwork in here, Judge.
So I think the only artwork that's supposed to be in, if people do it, is like dead judges or retired judges. And I don't need them looking at us. So, but I don't know that wouldn't mean we couldn't put something up, but it would have to be so neutral. It can't be anything that makes a statement. Why does the judge have this kind of painting in here?
Yes.
While you were away, we're ready to go. I spoke with Mr. Frazier. He knows that we're not reaching his case this calendar, but he's number one out on the next one. We talked about Ms. Honholt. She does not need to be brought up. In fact, if she's not already on a bus, she doesn't need to be brought over. But if you could just let people know if it's too late to turn her around, she can go back on the first available return. And juror one came in through this door and got ushered in. So I'll explain that to them when they come on out. But I think we're ready for Mr. Williams, if you guys are.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's go on the record in State versus Williams, 24 SC 01511-01. It is Monday, the 24th, a little after 9. We now have all our jurors here. Mr. Williams is out in court. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Morning, how are you?
I'm all right. Yourself? All right, all things considered. He is here with his lawyers, the prosecutors are here, and our jurors are here. Before we bring the jury in, I wanted to see if the state has anything we need to discuss.
Yes, Sean, a couple things. The first, it was this morning, when I was waiting in the hallway to come into the courtroom. One of the jurors, juror number 14, Mary Bates, asked me if there was a buzzer that she's supposed to ring, and I said I'm unsure. That is the only interaction I have with her, and I want to make the court aware. I did let Ms. Wood aware of it as well. And that is for that.
All right, Ms. Wood, anything you want us to do about that chance encounter that Ms. Bates and Ms. Reimer had?
Sure.
I am working on the motion for new trial in Carlos Dill, where we had a juror who tried to hug the survivor, if you will, of a shooting. She wasn't the victim. She was sort of the love triangle-ish, but this juror went out and tried to hug her after her testimony. That's not what we have here. So I appreciate you flagging that. I don't think that will be an issue should there be a guilty verdict in this case, but I'm very mindful of juror contact with people. Okay. Anything else? I think you said 2.
Yes, Your Honor. The other thing was just for housekeeping, for our scheduled breaks this morning or during the day. I would just, for timing purposes, because I am the lead attorney on this case, I think it's important that I am present for all of the testimony. So it just to fit into the court schedule, if I could have a breakdown of when you anticipate taking breaks.
Sure. Hold on one second. If we start at 9, that's our goal usually, breaking around 10:30-ish. But again, it's sort of the flow of the witnesses. But there's usually a morning break of 10-ish minutes. And then the lunch break is similarly, it floats, but that's an hour. So today, noon, 12:15. Tomorrow, I'm just seeing if there are any days where tomorrow I don't have anything that would require us to have to stop at a particular time. So it would just be the organic, here's a good time for a morning break, and then the hour lunch break. Wednesday, of course, we're not going to start till 1, but then that evening, if we can stay till 6, which would be great, there'd just be a break somewhere in there. And then Thursday, I had forgotten, but we're not going to start till 10 on Thursday. Another reason it's good that we qualify jurors through Friday. So I'm going to have the jurors show up at 10 on Thursday, but after that 10 o'clock, so slightly late start, I don't have any Zoom call or something that would necessitate a break. So I am open to either side, because I explained this to Mr. Williams. If he ever needs to take a break, the jurors need to take a break. And same with you. I'll tell you, the only pause I had when you floated that was how long the break would need to be. I don't know that it is the best use of the jurors' time. If it's a 30-minute break, that's not the typical morning or afternoon break. Obviously, lunch is going to be at least an hour. So I do want to strike the right balance. So you should, if we've been going too long, then when we're transitioning between witnesses or between direct and cross, there's nothing wrong with saying, might this be a good time for a break? And I'll say, yes, it would be a good time for a break. Then it's just a question of how long the break has to be.
Yes, Your Honor. That's perfect. The only morning's great because I can break at noon and still be good. It was just an afternoon break.
Sure.
I would need something in like the 3 o'clock hour, but I can of course let the court know.
And that's a pretty natural window because lunch would be noon to 1-ish. And so then we go a couple hours and then they're going to want to break anyway because they will have eaten. And so I don't always stay real focused on the time. So there's nothing wrong with you saying, hey, would this be a good time for a break? Or you get assigned to him and then he gives me the sign. And that's great.
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
All right. Ms. Wood, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I have 2 things. One is me just bringing it up again. I will read to the jurors the indictment this morning after I swear them in as part of my introductory charge I am not going to read the language that's in the indictment right now that addresses issues that might have been litigated about the statute of limitations. I invite both sides again to think about whether they want redactions for the copy that goes out with the jury at the very end of the trial. I don't think they need to know that it was a reindictment, for example, and unless the defense is making an issue of statute of limitations, which they have not to date, then that language could be deemed problematic to the defense because it says it established the identity of the accused. And of course, that's something that has to be proven, but I don't plan on reading that to the jury.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
I was doing some research this weekend, and part of the state's burden is to prove that the crime occurred within the statute of limitations. And if it did not occur within the statute of limitations, there's an exception that exists. In this case, the exception that exists is the tolling language that's in the statute, or in the indictment rather. And because that is part of the state's burden, we are requesting that you read it, otherwise, so we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the entirety of all the elements.
So you believe that the way these counts are pled, you're going to need to prove up that on October 22 of 2018, Mr. Williams's identity was established.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, Mr. Williams always knew who he was, but his identity as the accused. And as I look at it again, it doesn't say the person who did this or that. It simply says the accused. And that's what he is in these counts anyway. If the allegation was that this happened to Ms. Herring in August of 2023, Mr. Williams is still the accused. His role doesn't change in this process. Okay, that's a helpful way to think about it. And it seems less problematic. And in fact, you're now saying this is part of the, I think they call it allegata, and so you would need to prove it up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And I do have what case I can put on the record.
sure, why not? Can't hurt.
Lewis versus State, the Supreme Court of Georgia case, decided August 5th, 2019, 306 GA 455.
All right, Lewis. Okay, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ms. Wood or Ms. Feely, with that case. I haven't read it either, but I understood why the language was in there, but I'm understanding more why the state would want that read. It is simply explaining the state's theory of how that they need to prove up as to how Mr. Williams is connected to these allegations and what explains the passage of time between the alleged incident and this charging document. Thoughts?
I'm emailing this now and then I'll take a look at that case as well. But
Okay.
we have a preference at this juncture to not read it until.
Okay, I'll take a look at it as well. The other thing I wanted to flag, my ruling on the, oops, that's not my ruling. It is. On the 413 evidence, and the way 413 works, I don't think there's a limiting instruction that I give. I don't think there's a limiting instruction that I give in my introductory charge or during the time in which Ms. Jones is testifying, if she testifies. But I wanted to flag that for the defense because it would be an appropriate request if this were 404B for me to say, I believe at the outset, you may hear evidence in this case about another situation, and that can only be used for the limited purpose of identity or whatever the state was propounding. But here, the state can use the 413 evidence for any purpose. And so I don't think there's no limiting instruction to give. Do you agree with that, Ms. Wood?
I did, Judge. I reviewed that over the weekend. That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Reimer, you agree?
I thought there was a limiting instruction, Your Honor, for 413, and I addressed it as such in my opening that it was a limiting instruction.
Well, I'm happy to limit it. In what way do you think it's limited?
May I have one moment to?
Sure.
have jurors use the restroom and stuff.
Pardon me?
I'm having them use the restroom before.
Sure, sure.
It was the same when you were talking about, I thought it also applied to board 13.
Okay. I will not give any limiting instruction. I won't draw any attention to it at all. You talk about it in your opening if you want, and we'll go from there. I'm gonna take a quick look at Lewis, and then we can bring the jurors in.
Your would you like me to send you the case as well?
Lewis?
Yes.
No, it's right in front of me. Thank you. Are they good to go?
Yes.
Okay. I am gonna read that language. I'll just read it after the first count, and I'll say that it applies to all three counts. And then we can rejoin this issue if the defense brings it up about what the indictment ends up looking like. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please. Sorry, you guys had to stand for so long. I don't know what's happening back there. You got a subpoena to be here? I don't know who gave you this.
I'm coming for my son.
Oh, for your son. Okay, let me look it up. They're not gonna like sprint in here.
All right, so the jurors.
Next door, one courtroom over. It's a Judge Edwards case. That's 8E. So right next door. Well, it's not till 11. So they might not be unlocking it till just before 11. Okay, you're welcome to stay in here till then, but it's in Judge Edwards's courtroom. Yeah, that I don't know. Okay.
Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on this Monday morning. Hope you all we've been apart for a while. I think it was Wednesday. But you've now done the circuit. You came in, all but one of you came in the right way. You buzz that buzzer, you get let in. You've seen your room now, the jury space. And that's where you will retreat whenever we have a break. That's where you'll show up first thing in the morning, and that's where you'll go before we disperse in the evenings. But we are ready to start the case of State versus Williams. I have some basic operating instructions to give you and a little bit of law that I'm going to give you now, and then I'll turn to the lawyers for them to begin their presentation. Before I do any of that, I want to administer the juror oath. So if you could all please stand, even though you just got comfortable, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue that is formed by the indictment in this case between the state of Georgia and Jai Williams, who is charged with rape, aggravated sodomy, and kidnapping, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, thank you. So first, the operating instructions. It's important that you do your best to be on time. It's not easy to get into this building on a Monday morning. I think there were 450 jurors reporting to the 7th floor, your old stomping grounds from last week. So it may have been a little tricky getting in the building. It should be easier the rest of the week. The number of summons jurors drops day by day as we get through the week. But now you know sort of how long it takes to get here, so time your commute so you can get here as close to 9 as possible for the days we start at 9. because we can't start until all 14 of you are here. So if 13 are here and you take a vote 13-0, you're ready to start. The veto is the person who's not there yet. But we reach out to them and call, and you guys can work on that. Our goal is to run from about 9 to 5 each day when we've got a standard day. Wednesday, we're not going to be able to start till 1 because I have drug court. I may have mentioned that before, but regardless, we're not going to start till 1. And so my hope is you all can stay till 6, but that may not work with kids or pets or significant others who demand that you're home before 6. So just look into whether we could stay till 6 on Wednesday. We'll get in an extra hour or so, and you should have eaten lunch before 1 o'clock. There will be no lunch break on Wednesday. There'll be a break in the afternoon. And of course, and I'll repeat this later, we take a break anytime one of you needs a break. If you're losing focus, then we need to stop because you need to be focused on what witnesses are saying, what the lawyers are saying. But Wednesday will be 1, ideally till 6. And Thursday, and I'll remind you of all this, Thursday we're not starting until 10. It's a normal day, we'll stop at 5, but we have to start at 10. But today's 9 to 5, tomorrow's 9 to 5-ish. We will break usually once in the morning. Lunch will always be about an hour. I can't promise you it's exactly at noon. We sort of go with the flow. If there's a witness who the lawyers believably tell us will be done at 12:15, then we'll break for lunch at 12:15, so that it's a natural break. That witness doesn't need to come back after lunch, but she can be done for the trial. But if we're in the middle of a witness that's going to go on and on and on, then noon-ish will be when we break for lunch, and then we'll start back up in about an hour. It's important that you do not come into the courtroom through that door because I may be in the midst of a discussion with the lawyers and Mr. Williams about something that maybe you're going to hear about, but maybe the discussion is one side is advocating for something to be excluded from trial. Most of that litigation has already happened in this case, and it ought to flow pretty smoothly. But you need to use that back hallway and then go into the jury room. We'll bring you all 14 of you out here when it's time for the evidence to pick up again and not before then. During your time here in the building, it's important that you not interact with the lawyers or Mr. Williams outside the 4 walls of the courtroom. You may have a perfectly innocuous question like, how do I get back to the jury room? Or where's the vending machine? And the lawyers are going to treat you like you've got COVID. And hopefully you don't. But they're not supposed to interact with you outside the courtroom for the real simple reason that you could see you're simply asking that benign question, and down the hallway comes an attorney for the other side, and they see juror and lawyer talking. How does that other lawyer know that you're not saying, hey, you're doing a great job, but ask a different question? Or the lawyer saying, hey, here's a fact you might not hear during the trial. These lawyers would never do that, but we don't want to create any scenarios where you are interacting with one side and not the other. You'll get plenty of time to hear from these lawyers during the trial. So if you do have a question about which way is the elevator or whatnot, grab one of the deputies or someone on my staff, but not the lawyers or Mr. Williams. You should have on the whiteboard in there, and if it's not, I'll make sure Deputy Gordon writes it up there. It's up there? The number for my chambers. Put that in your phone or write it on your forearm or something. That's the number you should call if it's lunch and you get stuck. My shoe broke. I can't get back into the building. Or in the morning, you're running late. I'm trying to be here by 9, but there's a wreck on I-20. Letting us know helps us relax that Juror X is doing her best to get here, but got hung up. It's when we can't hear from you, we call you, we don't get you, you're not calling us, that Deputy Gordon has to reach out to his colleagues to say, well, why don't we swing by the house and maybe we'll bring the juror down here in his pajamas, and that'll be not as much fun. So please keep us posted if something comes up in your life. We have your numbers. If for some reason at the end of trial tomorrow, you all go home and something comes up and we can't have court on Wednesday, we will call each of you and we'll email each of you. That's not going to happen, but if it did, we'll use that phone and you should do the same. All right, I'm going to give you some legal instructions now. The bulk of the law that I'm going to give you is at the end of the trial, where I'll give you the elements of each of the charges and talk to you more about the state's burden and whatnot. But there's some basics that it's important for you to hear now, so that while you are receiving this evidence, you have a sense of what's going on. The first thing I want to talk about is the notepads you received. Those weren't suggestions that you better take notes. It's an opportunity. You are free to take notes. Know this, there is no playback button in the trial. When you get back there for your deliberations, if you're to send out a note saying, hey, can we have the transcript of witness Jones? My polite answer will be no. You'll have to rely on your collective recollection. And some of you with photographic memories will be great. I'll just remember what that person said. And collectively, you all will remember much of what happened in court. But for some people, it helps to write things down. And so you should feel free to take notes. But do not try to write everything that happens in court. There is one person with that skill set. That's Ms. Rivers. And she takes down literally everything that's said in court. But if you try to write down everything, you're going to miss important things that you ought to be watching, other than the piece of paper in front of you. It may be that a witness, when getting the questions from one side, is very engaging with you all, making eye contact and smiling. And the moment the questions get tricky, that person starts sweating or not making eye contact. And that may tell you something about how you assess that witness's credibility. And you will miss all of that if you're buried in your notepad. So you're going to strike the right balance. No notes, some notes. Don't try to knock yourself out and write everything down. Number two about notes is that they need to remain private until you begin your deliberations. So don't go back there halfway through and say, hey, I wrote this down. Can you believe this witness said that? I will be instructing you throughout the trial not to talk about the trial until it's all the way done. You could hear from two witnesses and say, well, I know what this was all about, and already be thinking guilty or not guilty. That's not the right way to approach it for a couple reasons. One, you actually don't know the law. You don't know the elements that the state has to prove, if it can, to show that a rape occurred or that aggravated sodomy occurred. And until you know those elements, you really can't know if the state has met its burden. But number two, in that connection, you haven't heard the arguments from the lawyers where they try to tie it all together, and they get to do that at the end of the trial. You will have all the time you need, and I mean that literally, to debate amongst yourselves, did the state meet its burden? But you don't start that discussion until you've heard all the evidence, because maybe witnesses 1 and 2 are amazing in one direction, but just wait till witness 3 comes in and muddies all the waters. So you keep your notes private until the end of the presentation of the evidence, and then you're free to rely on them and to share them with your colleagues during your deliberations. They will be private in the end in this sense. They'll be destroyed afterwards. They're not made part of the record. So if you're putting in there, that judge is such a pain, I'll never see that. It won't be part of the record that would go anywhere after this trial is over. They're your notes, then they're what you share with the group if you choose to, and then they get shredded. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Williams is charged with 3 offenses in the indictment. I'm about to read you this indictment. An offense or a crime is a violation of the law of Georgia. This indictment that I'm going to read to you will be with you during your deliberations. So some of the language in here is kind of legalistic. It's okay. You'll have this to read over should you want to during your deliberations. And keep in mind, as I read this, this is a set of allegations. It is not evidence of guilt. It's proof of nothing. It's the way charges are brought. And there is a not guilty plea signed by Mr. Williams right here. And that creates the issue you all are deciding. The state is accusing Mr. Williams of something. Mr. Williams is saying not guilty. And then the state has the burden to prove, if it can, beyond a reasonable doubt, one or more of the following charges. Count 1 charges Mr. Williams with rape. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on August 27th, 2014, Mr. Williams did have carnal knowledge of the person of Kimria Herring, a female, and that he did so forcibly and against her will. Additionally, in connection with count 1, the state alleges that the identity of Mr. Williams was unknown until October 22 of 2018, when DNA evidence was used to establish the identity of the accused. Count 2 charges Mr. Williams with aggravated sodomy, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on that day, August 27th, 2014, Mr. Williams did unlawfully and with force perform a sexual act involving the accused's male sex organ and the mouth of Kimria Herring against the will of Ms. Herring by placing his sex organ into and upon the mouth of Ms. Herring. And the same allegation that Mr. Williams' identity was unknown until October of 2018 applies to count 2, actually applies to count 3 as well. Finally, count 3 charges Mr. Williams with kidnapping. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on August 27, 2014, Mr. Williams did unlawfully abduct and steal away Kimria Herring without lawful authority or without a warrant, and hold Ms. Herring against her will. Those are the 3 allegations in this indictment. Mr. Williams sits before you with a presumption of innocence in his favor. That presumption stays with him unless and until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Williams is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless each element of the crime, and those elements will be explained at the end of the trial, unless each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. There is not a point where I hit a buzzer and say, all right, we've heard enough from the state. Let's hear from Ms. Wood now on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams has no burden at all. It is entirely the state's burden. They need to overcome that presumption if they can and prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This concept of reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It is not a vague or arbitrary doubt or something where you're speculating. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists about the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of a trial is that in a moment, we're going to start with opening statements. This is an opportunity for the lawyers to come before you to give you a preview or forecast of what they think the evidence will be. What the lawyers say in their opening, in their closing, and at any other point during the trial is not evidence. You're going to receive evidence in 2 forms. It's what a witness says after that witness has been sworn in, and then it's exhibit, a photograph, a piece of clothing, a video. Those are the 2 forms of evidence. A question from a lawyer, isn't it true that it was dark out? That doesn't mean it was dark out. That's a question. The evidence is whatever the witness says. Yes, it was dark. No, it wasn't. And you're going to evaluate that evidence however you do. But the evidence is witness testimony and then exhibits that are admitted. But the lawyers in their openings will talk to you about what they think that evidence will be or won't be, where the evidence will be consistent or inconsistent. As I mentioned, because the defense has no burden at all, the defense doesn't have to give an opening. I expect they will. And it's important for you to know that Mr. Williams has an absolute right to have his lawyer give an opening, ask questions of witnesses, subpoena witnesses, and give a closing. But there's no burden on his lawyers to do any of that. When the lawyers are done with their opening statements, giving you that preview of what they think the case will be like over the next few days, then I'll turn to Ms. Reimer and ask her to call her first witness. That person, Steve Smith, Jane Doe, will come in, get sworn in, and when that person answers the first question that was asked, that's when you've started to receive evidence. At some point during the trial, I'll ask Ms. Reimer to call your next witness, and she will have called several, but at some point I'll say, we'll call your next witness. And she'll say, Judge, the state rests. That means the state has presented the evidence it believes was sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Williams committed one or more of the crimes charged in that indictment. At that point, we take a break. because when the state rests, there are a bunch of legal discussions we have outside your presence. But then you'll get brought back in here, and I'll turn to Ms. Wood and say, Ms. Wood, call your first witness. And Ms. Wood may say, the defense rests, because the defense has no burden at all. They don't have to call any witnesses. They may have presented what they want to present through their cross-examination of the state's witnesses. But importantly, the defense has a right to call witnesses. And so Ms. Wood may call some witnesses. But at some point, Ms. Wood will say, the defense rests. And that probably means that the evidence is closed. The sides have a chance to rebut if the other side presents evidence, et cetera. But generally, once the defense rests, we're done with all the evidence. And then the lawyers have a chance to get back in front of you to give what we call their summations or closing arguments. And that's when the lawyers are going to argue to you what they think the evidence has proven or failed to prove. They're going to advocate. And you should feel free to be persuaded by what they say. And they're going to talk about the law some. I'll give you the law afterwards, but they're going to say the elements of rape are A, B, C, D. Here's how we proved A. Here's how we proved B. Or if you're Ms. Wood, here's how they didn't prove C. There was no evidence of this, or the evidence was in such conflict that that's reasonable doubt, whatever the lawyers argue. Like I said, you should feel free to be persuaded, but it's not evidence. If in your head you have decided the evidence is it was raining on the day that's relevant here, and the lawyers are telling you it wasn't raining, you got to believe me, and you're not persuaded by that, that's okay, because they're not the evidence. It's what the witnesses have to say. When the closing arguments are done, I will give you the charge, the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them. That law I will read to you. It's kind of long. It's not the most exciting part of the trial, but you get a copy of what I read to you, sort of like the indictment. So you'll have it to refer to during your deliberations. During the trial, the lawyers have a right to object to what's going on if they think what's ever happening is inconsistent with the rules of evidence. You've seen this on TV. A lawyer stands up, objection, hearsay, or this court's out of order, or whatever they're going to say. My job is to rule on the objection. In ruling on the objection, all I'm doing is applying the rules of evidence as I understand them to say that was an improper question. That means I sustain the objection, and the lawyer who asked the question has to ask a different question, or I overrule it. Actually, that question was proper. You should not consider anything I say at any point during the trial as a comment on the evidence. It's weak, it's strong, on a comment on the credibility of a witness, or on the guilt or lack of guilt of the defendant. I am simply making rulings on the issues that get presented because someone makes an objection or a lawyer stands up and says, Judge, I have a motion. And on that, a motion, if you hear that, if you hear a lawyer say, Judge, I'm sorry, I have a motion, you should hear that to mean, and the jury gets a break. A motion, unlike an objection, is probably something we can't discuss very fully in front of you. When there's an objection, you don't leave the courtroom. I'll simply say, well, what's your basis for your objection? I'll turn to the other side. What's your response? And then I rule. But a motion comes up when one side thinks maybe something's about to occur that shouldn't happen in front of you all. A witness is going to talk about something I've already ruled isn't coming in, or maybe a witness went into an area that the witness shouldn't have, unbeknownst to that witness. And the lawyers want to talk about, well, how do we fix that? But they don't want to draw attention to whatever the issue is, because then you'll be really zoned in on that. We try to handle those motions during your breaks, before you get here, after you leave. Every once in a while, one will come up where we need to deal with it right then. You get a bonus break, but we try to minimize that. Talked about the lawyer's role and my role. You have an essential role in this process as well. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what, if anything, happened in August of 2014. And while I give you the law to the facts that you must apply to the facts, you will be deciding what those facts are. You'll be resolving conflicts in the evidence in whatever way you choose to resolve them. And in doing this fact finding, you'll necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of the witnesses who appear in front of you. And in thinking about credibility, you're free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, testimony that occurred before that witness testified. When you're back in the jury room, you'll be able to think about testimony that occurred after that witness testified. You can be considering any interest or bias that witness had, as well as the manner in which the witness testified. And that's me referring back to, don't get so buried in your notes that you miss how this witness reacts to certain questions or how she presents herself or he does during different parts of the questions that are asked. And speaking of questions that are asked, primarily questions come from the lawyers of the witnesses. But you should know that you will be permitted to ask questions of witnesses as well. And here's how that works. At the end of each witness's testimony, when the lawyers have had a chance to ask their questions, I'll turn to you all and ask you if you have any questions. And if you do, you'll be writing them down. I don't see any note cards up there, but they're about to get there. There's going to be several stacks of 3x5 note cards on the little shelf right there. And you can do it during the witness's testimony, or there's always a little time at the end. I'll turn to you to say, do you have any questions? And if you do, write them down legibly, only on one side of the card, but you can have multiple questions on one side of that card. If you need multiple cards, get more than one card. Deputy Gordon will collect those cards. I will review those questions. If they get into an area that I think the lawyers ought to be able to weigh in on, we step, outside and talk about them in the hallway, outside your earshot. And then I will ask of the witness any of the non-objectionable questions that you posed. If your question is not asked, all it means is that maybe it called for hearsay, or it was leading and you can't ask a leading question. I wouldn't worry about that because I'll rephrase your question. But you should draw no conclusions from the fact that you wrote down a question and it was not asked. I don't identify who wrote the question. I ask all the ones that are non-objectionable, and then the lawyers have a chance to follow up. But again, evidence is what witnesses say. It's not the questions. And so if your question isn't posed to a witness, it just means that wasn't the right question for that witness. It's important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it's being presented. As I mentioned, there's no rewind button. You won't get a recording of the witness's testimony during your deliberations. So please let me know if a witness is too soft-spoken, if there's something on the screen that you can't see. We'll adjust all that. Or if it's break time. I'll try to keep track of the clock and make sure that we break periodically, but I may be wrapped up into what's going on and you may need a break. So raise your hand or get Deputy Gordon's attention, and we'll take a break as soon as we can after you've said, I've had enough at this point. It's also important that you view the evidence with an open mind and resist the very natural temptation to decide the case after opening statements. Wow, that was a persuasive opening statement. Or after the first witness. You may hear from a compelling witness and it may move you. That doesn't mean the state proved its case. There's a whole lot more to it than that. You must base your decision in this case only and solely and exclusively on evidence that's presented here in court. A corollary of that means no outside research. You may not Google anything. That's why I let you ask questions. If a witness, there may be a medical witness who uses a complicated term. You don't know what that means, you write it down. What is a pulmonary artery? And then that witness is going to need to explain if she knows what it is. You'll see that I ask questions sometimes if I'm confused by what's going on, and you should do the same, not by interrupting the witness, but by writing it down. But what is absolutely inappropriate would be for you to gather information outside the courtroom, Googling, Binging, whatever it is. Don't do that. And in fact, if you know that one of your members is doing that, you need to let me know. We may have to do this trial all over again. And the reason is simple. One, you could be getting bad information, but good or bad, it's not cross-examined by these lawyers. They don't know what you're getting from the outside, and so they don't have a chance to put it into context. You may be getting something that's sort of half correct on the outside world, but in a court of law, it means something slightly different. So please no outside research. Also, don't talk about the case with other people. When you get home tonight and someone in your household said, "How was your day?" you can give them a one-word answer. Great. Boring, whatever word you want, but don't engage with them, because well-meaning people might say, "Oh yeah, when I was a juror in another state, at another time, in another trial, here's what happened and here's what that means." And it's not what it means. This trial is different from any other trial. And it's your trial, it's not that other person's trial. When this is over, you are free to talk to anyone and everyone about your experience. There's nothing confidential about what we're doing. This is actually a courtroom open to the public. But your deliberations are confidential, and you base your deliberations on your life experiences up till today, and then the evidence that you received during the trial and the law that I give you, and not the evidence you got because you went online to say, Well, what does it mean when X happened? That would distort the process, and I need you not to do that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have given you the beginning instructions, and I'm going to turn to Ms. Reimer to see if she has an opening statement she wants to give.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. You think you're too good for me? It's okay. You will become a woman tonight. That is just one of the threats that Jai Scott Williams made to Miss Kimria Herring on August 27, 2014. Before he forced her at knife point into an abandoned house where he raped her and sodomized her. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Reimer, along with my co-counsel, Ms. Christina Robinson, and we represent the state of Georgia. And I'm going to tell you what I believe the evidence will be showing to you during the course of this trial. Ms. Kimria Herring was 19 years old in August of 2014. She, like most 19-year-olds, had a best friend, spent most of her time with her. Her name was Jasmir Bailey. And you're going to hear Ms. Herring tell you that she was one of, if one of the only people that she felt safe with. It was not uncommon for them to be spending their weeks together. In fact, you could find them either at Jasmir's house or at Kimbria's house. This week in August of 2014, they were at Jasmir's house at 185 Oak Drive, Southeast in Atlanta, Georgia. She was spending the week there, and Miss Bailey was out of the house, and when she came back that night, they had a disagreement. Miss Kimria was asked to leave. So late at night, Kimria left the house and traveled to the MARTA station. Her destination was to get to her cousin's house in the West End. You're going to hear Miss Herring tell you how she navigates. She knows the bus paths, the MARTA bus paths. And that's the way she walked to get to the MARTA station, along the MARTA bus path. At some point during her trip, she got to Cleveland Avenue in East Point. And as she was walking past the bus station when a MARTA bus stopped. One singular person got off that bus. A man she did not know, Mr. Jai Williams. It's been 10 years, 6 months, and 25 days since that day. Ms. Herring is going to tell you every place for her often. Ms. Herring was walking down Cleveland Avenue, minding her own business, just trying to get to the MARTA station. While she was walking and the defendant got off the bus, he was following her, trying to talk to her. Ms. Herring pulled out her phone, trying to act busy, trying to slow down so he would pass her. And she's going to tell you, as she slowed down, he slowed down. She tried to move to the side so he would pass her again. Didn't pass her, kept trying to talk to her. That's when he finally had enough, grabbed her by the arm and forced her at knife point off Cleveland Avenue, off the main street, to a side street, which is Reed Avenue, and forced her into an abandoned house. In that abandoned house, he made her undress. Miss Herring is going to tell you she did not want to do that. That she was begging him to stop. And when she begged him to stop, again, got fed up, hit her in the face, made her undress. She's also going to tell you something she distinctly remembers was that he tried to make her drink some beer. She didn't want to drink it. Again, got annoyed, poured it on her while this was all happening. This was all downstairs of the house. Also downstairs, this is where he first raped her. He forced his penis into her vagina without her consent. He also forced his penis into her mouth without her consent. Unfortunately, her nightmare didn't end there. He dragged her up the stairs. Again, Miss Herring asking him to stop, asking him to let her go home. He didn't. He forced her up the stairs to a bed, pushed her on the bed, and again, forced his penis into her vagina. While he was doing that, Miss Herring was crying, again, begging him to stop. He told her she was never going to see her family again. Miss Herring is going to tell you how scared she was when this was all happening and how this still affects her to this day. Eventually, the defendant finished, fell asleep, and Miss Herring was so scared that she stayed there, awake the entire time. She's going to tell you it was in the morning. She remembers it was the morning because she heard the birds chirping. She heard the school bus. And that's when she decided she was going to try to make her escape. She went downstairs. The house was boarded up. She was able to get out of the house with some help. And once she got out of the house, the only place she knew to go was to her friend's house, to Jasmir's house. She tried to get there as fast as she can, looking over her shoulder, scared the defendant was going to be behind her. Once she got there, she waited for Jasmir to get home. Once she got home, they called the police, and the police began their investigation. Part of their investigation was bringing her to Grady to perform a sexual assault exam. And you're going to hear from the police officers that did the investigation in this case, and you're going to hear what their investigation uncovered or lack of uncovering. And you're also going to hear from the doctors who performed the sexual assault exam, as well as the rape crisis counselor. Towards the end of the state's case, you're going to hear from forensic biologists from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and they are going to talk to you about DNA. They're going to tell you what it is, what does it mean. For this case, their process of how they test the sexual assault kits, how they tested the evidence that we have in this case, and they're going to tell you what it matched to, the DNA in that kit, and then it matched to Jason Williams. The kit was transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI, in 2016, and it was not tested until 2018. When it was tested in 2018, the swabs in that kit returned to Mr. Williams in October 22nd, 2018. you're going to hear that DNA is unique to a single individual. In this case, you're going to hear that this was 1 in 100 octillion. That's 29 zeros. You're going to hear how significant that number is and what it actually means in regards to identifying Mr. Williams as the DNA inside of that kit. You're also going to hear that this was not the first time that Mr. Williams did this. Finally, you're going to hear about the investigation that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office conducted. The Sexual Assault Kit Initiative is the unit that's tasked with investigating these kinds of cases. You're going to hear from the investigator in this case about the untested kits, why they were untested, once they're tested, what happens, the investigation, and all of that in order to put together what actually happened that night. Now. You're going to hear about the challenges faced in investigating these cases that are this old. In this case, we know that it's over 10 years old. Witnesses move, they leave their positions, witnesses and memories fade. But one thing that remains consistent, Ms. Herring has told everyone since 2014 what happened to her, and has been consistent each time. That Mr. Williams raped and sodomized her and kidnapped her off of the street and held her against her will that night. Throughout this trial, you're going to hear how this is still affecting her to this day. She's going to take the stand and tell you everything that happened to her. We only ask that you listen to the case, listen to the evidence, listen to what Ms. Herring has to say, what the law enforcement witnesses have to say, what the forensic scientists have to say about the charges and the evidence. He's charged with 1 count of rape, 1 count of aggravated sodomy, and 1 count of kidnapping. At the conclusion of the case, I will have another opportunity to talk to you about everything that you heard over the next couple of days. And I'm confident that you will come back on 1 count of rape, 1 count of aggravated sodomy, and 1 count of kidnapping against Mr. Lynn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reimer. Ms. Wood, are you going to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge. Now I'm going to tell you what this case is actually about. This case is about consent. Of course, there's DNA. It was a consensual sexual act. Jai is not guilty of rape. He's not guilty of aggravated sodomy, and he's not guilty of kidnapping. Ladies and gentlemen, we spent a lot of time on Wednesday last week asking you all a lot of questions. And it may have been a very long day for some of you. I know it was a very long day for myself. And the judge mentioned on Wednesday, we're taking our time and we're being thorough because we want to make sure that we've got the right people for this type of case. People who are intelligent and thoughtful. People who can sit here in this jury box, listen to the witnesses, evaluate the evidence that's presented, and then take the law that the judge gives you at the end of this week, apply it to those facts to seek the truth. And those people are you. I believe we got the right people, and so I want to thank you for being here. I am going to ask you now, throughout this week, to please pay attention, listen carefully, take notes, ask questions. I'm going to ask you to keep an open mind. I'm going to ask you to not get distracted by what you'll hear from the state that my client Jai is not on trial for. Ms. Reimer mentioned some stuff that he's not charged with. He's not charged with slapping anyone. He's not charged with pulling a knife.
He's charged with having sex with someone. I have a feeling you might hear some other stuff about Jai throughout the week. He's not on trial for that. He's not on trial for partying in the after hours on Cleveland Avenue. He's not on trial for dabbling in cocaine usage. And he's not on trial for hanging out with sex workers. I'm asking that you keep an open mind, that you listen to the witnesses, think about the timeline, evaluate the evidence and what's not there. And at the end of this week, if you have any questions, your mind is unsettled, if it's wavering, if you're not satisfied that the state has met their burden, which is the highest burden in all the land beyond a reasonable doubt, then by law, you have to acquit Mr. Williams. And I believe that you'll see, after you've heard from all the witnesses and seen the evidence and lack thereof, the only verdict available by law is to find Jai not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Ms. Reimer, first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kimria Herring.
Good morning, Ms. Herring.
You can turn, face me, raise right now. I swear affirm that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, not the but truth, so help you God. Obviously. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Kimria Herring, KIMMBRIAHERRING.
Ms. Herring, if you need a break during your testimony, let me know and we'll do that, okay? You ready to go forward?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Reimer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Herring.
Good morning.
How old are you currently?
I just turned 30.
And how old were you in August of 2014?
19.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your life was like back then?
I was still in high school, hanging with friends, It's just pretty simple.
And did you have a best friend?
I did. Her name's Jasmir.
Did you hang out with her a lot?
Yeah, you wouldn't see her without me or me without her. Always at her house or at home.
So the week of August 27th, 2014, where were you?
I was at Jasmir's house,
How long were you there for?
almost a week.
Why?
Just because we're always together, so it was normal for me to be at her house weeks at a time or days at a time.
Okay. And at some point, did you leave her home?
Yeah, we had gotten into an argument and she asked me to leave, so I left the residence.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day it was?
It was late.
And when you left her residence, where were you going?
To my cousin's house because they lived near her residence, so it wasn't really far.
Okay. Do you remember where Miss Bailey lived?
In Hatefield near Sylvan Road.
Okay. How were you getting to your cousin's house?
I had walked.
And Where were you walking to?
They stayed in the West End.
Sorry?
The West End.
Okay, and was it a MARTA station?
Because right where they are, the MARTA station's right there, and their house is down the street from the MARTA station, just like 2 blocks.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause for a second. If I ask, I need an audible yes or no. Can't be taken down.
Okay.
Okay, so I will just ask for you to say either yes or no instead of
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Do you remember the path that you took?
I do.
And do you remember why you walked the way you walked?
Because it was memorable to me during the bus route. When I ride the bus, I can remember that route instead of a car route.
Okay. Ms. Herring, I'm showing you Western Cruise in United States Exhibit 2. Can you look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it? How do you recognize it?
Jasmir used to stay there, and that's the route that I walk.
And, sorry, what is it?
Where Jasmir's house used to be, and the route that I walked.
It's a fair and accurate representation of the area in which Ms. Bailey lived around
It is.
2014.
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state was moved into evidence what's been previously marked as states 2.
Is Wood any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bailey, are you able to see the map on that page?
Yes.
We see a red dot on there that says Oak. Can you tell me what that is?
Jasmir's house.
And then we see another mark on this that it's like a star mark up there by Bell Wellness. Can you tell me what that is?
Where the rape happened.
Can you please show us which way you walked?
Jasmir's house, I walked down Wall Street. I walked this way. There used to be a McDonald's and the laundromat towards. So when I walk, because this way, it goes towards Cleveland Avenue. And
I don't know if it helps, but that's a touch screen. And so Ms. Herring could actually draw on the screen, but she's welcome to stay right there.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. Ms. Herring, this one right there is the touch screen. Do you need a break?
So hit say stay muted.
Okay.
And then tap the screen once. And you see in the corner, see it way in the corner, there's a circle with a pencil in it, lower.
Right.
Yeah, tap that. Okay, now with your finger, you should be able to draw on the screen.
From here, I go here. There's the laundromat and the McDonald's here. When I go this way, it takes me towards Cleveland Avenue, past the gas station, and like I'm going towards the West End. But when I get to Cleveland Avenue, I turn here. There's a bridge there. And that's where I encountered the defendant.
So you mentioned you got to Cleveland Avenue. You were walking down Cleveland Avenue. What did you see?
When I got towards Cleveland Avenue, I saw the last bus of the night running, but I heard it stopped right in front of the McDonald's,
Where were you at this point?
almost towards the bridge.
And what did you see? Did you see anybody get off that bus?
The defendant got off the bus.
Okay. Did you know this person?
No, I didn't.
Can you please describe what he looked like?
At the time, he was a heavyset male. He had on a dark blue jeans, black shirt, and a baseball cap, and he had a beer can in his hand. Um,
You eventually walk past him.
I had stopped walking because I thought he was gonna walk around me, and then he didn't walk around me, so I kept walking. Then I slowed.
So why did you think he was going to walk around you?
Because usually when someone's getting off, they'll, like, I was in the way, so they would walk around.
And how did you move on the sidewalk?
I moved to the other side.
And did he walk around you?
No, he stayed behind me. And then he asked me what time it was. And I told him I didn't know at the moment. Then he introduced himself and said his name is Steve.
I think I cut you off earlier. You mentioned you were slowing down. What happened when you slowed down?
He slowed down as well. He didn't like walk around me like I thought. He just slowed down as well.
And how did you feel at this point?
Uncomfortable because I don't like anyone walking behind me.
And after you told him you didn't know what time it was, what happened next?
He said his name was Steve, and he was talking to me, but I had pulled my phone out like I was making a phone call
Why did you do that?
because I didn't want the conversation to keep going. I wasn't interested in talking.
Were you still walking at this point?
Mm.
Where was
You need to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
and where was the defendant at this point?
At this point, he had slowly came around me, but when he came around me, he had grabbed me.
How did he grab you?
He had um he had grabbed my arm really forcefully, and then I felt something pressing in my back,
What did it feel like?
a knife.
What did you try to do?
When I yanked away, I yanked, but it only made the grip tighter.
Can you repeat what you said just a little bit louder?
I yanked my arm away, but it only made his grip tighter.
Ms. Herring, you might be able to speak at the same volume if you got a little closer to the microphone. Unfortunately, it doesn't move and your chair doesn't have wheels, so you don't flat out. But if you could pull your chair a little closer or lean into the microphone, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I yanked my arm away to get away, it made his grip tighter on my arm.
Did you say anything at this point?
I asked him to let me go, and he said, "No, we're gonna take a walk." He said, "We're gonna take a walk." Then we walked, but it was more of he was dragging me because I didn't know him, didn't want to go with him.
Do you agree to go with him at any point right now?
No.
Where did he drag you to?
Oh, there was some houses across the street from the Walmart on Cleveland Avenue. And with those houses, it was like a slope. You go up, and this house it was like the second house, but it was kind of boarded up.
Describe what it looked like besides boarded up.
On the outside, the grass was overgrown, like no one lived there. The windows were kind of boarded up, had burglar bars. It looked gray on the outside.
And what time of day was this again?
It was late.
Was it light out or dark out?
It was really dark out. Like there was no traffic, nothing. Like you would see like one or two cars passing.
What else did Mr. Williams say to you while he was taking you to his abandoned house?
When he took me there, he was talking about how he was gonna take me and sell me.
Anything about you ignoring him?
He didn't like the fact that I ignored him.
What else did he say?
He didn't like being ignored, and he's gonna teach me a lesson.
Mr. I'm showing you a briefly marked as State's Exhibit 1. Please take a look at this. Do you recognize it?
It's where the house used to be,
How do you recognize it?
because that's the second house where the rape happened.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of what the house looked in 2014?
Yes.
And the state will move into evidence what's been previously marked as State's 1?
Any objection to States 1?
No objection, Judge.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes, you have permission to publish anything that's admitted unless there's an objection to publishing it when I admit it.
Yes, Your Honor.
While your colleague is working on that, do you have other questions for Ms. Herring?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Herring, you described what the house looked like at the time of day, right?
Yes.
So when you got up to the house, what happened?
When we got there, he opened the front door. He opened the burglar bars of the front door and dragged me inside. And when you get inside, there was a bed on the floor with the crates sitting beside it.
So we're gonna pause and go back to this picture. Looking at this picture, can you please describe what you saw?
This was where the house was. The the lawn was overgrown. The house was kind of sitting to the back. The driveway was the only clear path.
Were you able to see the house when you first came upon it?
Not at first, because it was like the lawn was blocking it off, because both sides were overgrown.
When were you able to see the house?
Once you got to the driveway,
Moving back to inside the house, you mentioned there was a bed. Where was this bed located?
like soon as you enter on the left side, the bed was under the window. The window was boarded up, but it was still parts of light coming through, so I could still see the street lights.
What was going through your mind at this point?
I asked him to let me out, and I wanted to go home.
What was his response?
You're not going anywhere. Then
What happened inside of the house with that bed?
with that bed, with that bed, I didn't want to lay down, get on it. I kept asking him to go home.
Did he ask you to lay down on it?
He asked me to lay down, and I told him no.
What else did he ask you?
And he said, if you don't lay down, you're going to get what you get. Then I didn't lay down. He punched me in my jaw, and he forced me to remove my clothes.
Did you ask him to not remove your clothes?
I asked him to stop, and I wanted to go. No, he's not stopping.
You mentioned earlier that he had a beer in his hand he got from our class. Did he still have that beer?
He still had that beard.
What happened with that beer?
He forced me on the bed and he got behind me. And with that beer, he poured it down my spine while he was raping me.
All right, Miss Herring, if you want to get up, you can go right there with the person who brought you in, and we'll start up in a little bit, okay? Take your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break now. Please don't talk about the case during this break. No outside research. I didn't mention this before, but there's water in the fridge. That's for you. That white basket, those aren't my snacks. Those are yours. So that's all for you all. If something is running out in there, let Deputy Gordon know, and we'll do our best to replenish it. I think there's a K-cuppy thing there too. That's also for you if there are K-cuppy things there. We'll talk more about that later. Don't talk about the case. The hallway, you're free to move up and down that hallway if you want to make a call or just see daylight. Just do it in quiet tones. I have two colleagues down the hall, and if you're loud, they'll come yell at me. But it's fine to not be clustered just in the jury room if you need a little bit of space. Just don't go too far away, because when Deputy Gordon pops back in a little less than 10 minutes, he's going to need to corral all of you. Any logistical questions? No? All right. Jury room. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Reimer, tell me from your experience, whoops, and you can stay outside. We'll bring you in a minute, okay? Thank you. In working with Ms. Herring, I don't know that it's going to get easier over the next few questions, but I need to strike the right balance here. Is she able to get through this? We can't do 10 breaks.
Right, Your Honor.
We just would then have to stop, and then she's not cross-examined, and we've got all sorts of issues.
I can tell you the times we've gone over her testimony, we had to take a few breathers. Usually she was okay to go after she took a good longer breather to kind of compose herself again.
Okay.
I don't want to ask for another break, but if she is having a hard time, it's okay to have a short break on the stand until she's able to catch her breath.
So two things. We should take a break whenever she needs one,
Okay.
regardless of the number of them. But what we may do is have you call a different witness while she takes another break, so that she can have more time to regroup. And this is not me being critical at all. I don't like having her going through what she's having to go through. But you've started her testimony, and so you need to figure out a way to get through it and let her be examined by Ms. Wood if Ms. Wood's going to have any questions. So, of course, there can be another break, but if it happens too soon after this one, or we get to needing a third, then what I may require you to do is call another witness to fill that time. So it's not another break. It's actually pausing her testimony. We pivot, we hear from whoever the next witness is. Hopefully it's not Ms. Jones. Then when that witness is done, Ms. Herring will have had some time to regroup.
Yes, sure.
Which is 100% understandable. I'm not pushing back on that concept. I'm just, like I said, trying to strike the right balance. So there's not too much time of the jury watching her in agony.
Yes, sure.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wood, any thoughts on that issue?
I'm fine with that, Judge.
Okay, all right, anything else from the defense?
I was just gonna see if we could just, during the break, speak with Mr. Williams in the back.
Sure, we'll make that happen. All right, anything else, Ms. Reimer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll take our break now, we got a deputy right there, so you all can go back right now. I'll sit tight till Deputy Gordon comes back in.
And Judge, what time was the return?
Why don't we be back by 55 on that?
Thank you, Judge.
And
Mhm.
Thank you.
I don't anticipate, I don't think that will come back.
Understood, that's totally. Thank you.
I just got a note that they're fixing one of the bathrooms in there. Are they both working now or one's being repaired?
One is.
Okay, is someone actively addressing the other one or there's just a big sign that says, you don't need to go in there now?
There's one around, it was in the bag,
Yeah, and that's how it was last week, Judge.
Yes.
It was like that last Wednesday.
Okay, well, I got a note saying they're repairing it, so hopefully they can keep doing that.
Oh.
I got
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. We've had a morning break. It's about 11. Ms. Reimer, is Ms. Herring in a position to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In a moment, let's bring her in so she's already in place before the jurors come in. Anything else from the state?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I need both sides to send jury charges to Ms. Nelson. I think we already have the defense jury charges. There was something filed in February. And so Ms. Niles was working on those already, but she couldn't find anything from the state. And I don't know if it was maybe filed under the old indictment or what. You no need to recreate it. If it's in the docket, tell me and I'll have Ms. Niles look there, but she didn't find it.
I thought I found it. I may not have found it with the changing dates, so I'll have it sent over today.
That'd be great.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all I've got. So if the jurors are, oh, let's bring Ms. Herring in, please. Hey, Ms. Herring. You feel ready to keep going? Yeah, I hear you. If we need to take another break, that's okay. We might hear from another witness if you need another break, just to give you more time. I know this isn't easy and signal to Ms. Reimer or me if you need a break, but we're trying to keep track of that as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors in, please. And you can stay seated when they come in. Don't worry
Okay.
about that.
All right, jurors. Jurors present, count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being more or less corrallable at the end of the break. A couple things. One, apparently one of the restrooms back there is broken. But in theory, the repair people, they're called Dream. Not always the best name for them. They know about that and hopefully we'll be fixing it. Apparently it was broken all last week, so they had several days last week to fix it, but they haven't. So we'll work on that. Number two, I forgot to mention this, no assigned seats. In fact, I encourage you not to sit in the same seat throughout the trial. You literally get a different perspective. 4 of you are pretty far away from the witness stand and see things very differently than 4 of you who almost could reach out and touch, but don't the witness. So unless you have a need to be at the end because you got to stretch your legs or something, don't hog a seat and say, this is mine. Sit in different places each time you come on out here. With that, Ms. Herring is still testifying. She remains under oath. And Ms. Reimer, when you're ready, we'll pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Herring, we were talking about the beer. What else happened with that beer?
Once he poured that beer down my spine, He forced me to perform oral sex on him. And when I refused, he punched me in my jaw again.
Okay, when you say oral sex, what do you mean?
Give him a blowjob head.
So let's take a step back. I think we got ahead of ourselves with the break. He was pouring the beer down your back while he was raping you. What did he place where?
He placed his penis inside of my vagina.
Did you ever agree to have sex with him?
No,
What, if anything, did you say at this point?
I was crying. I asked him to stop. And I kept telling him I wanted to go home and that I wouldn't tell anyone.
And what was his response?
First, he didn't say anything. Then he said, shut up. And you're not going anywhere. Then after that, he came from behind me. He positioned himself in front of me.
Let's pause for a second. How were you facing during the rape?
During the rape from behind, he had pushed me on the bed. I was on my stomach. I was crying, looking out the window because I could still see the light and asking him to stop.
Okay. And once he finished raping you that way, what happened?
He positioned himself in front of me and then told me I would perform oral sex.
And did you agree to do that?
No.
What did he put where?
He put his penis in my mouth.
And what happened during this?
I kept moving my head back. And when I moved my head back, he punched me a second time.
What was going through your mind at this point?
I wanted to go. I wanted to leave, go home. I was scared.
What happened after he was finished placing his penis in your mouth?
He took it out of my mouth and then he grabbed my arm.
How did he grab your arm?
He grabbed it by my wrist. And there were some stairs.
What happened with those stairs?
He proceeded to drag me up the stairs.
What were you doing?
I kept grabbing the railing to prevent myself from going up. But he yanked my arm really hard.
What, if anything, did you say during this time?
I kept telling him to stop and to let me go. And I wanted to go home.
What was his response?
He proceeded to tell me I'm not going anywhere. And then he told me again he had a daughter. And his daughter was in California. And that's where he was going to take me to sell me and make him some good money.
What did you say to this?
I wanted to go home with my family.
Did he let you go home at this point?
No,
What happened when you got upstairs?
there was a bedroom upstairs. This bedroom, it looked like people were either just moved out. The bed was there, the dresser. I could see the window.
And what happened with that bed?
He proceeded to rape me. He pushed me on that bed and proceeded to put his penis in my vagina and rape me from the front
Say from the front, so which way were you laying on the bed?
on my back. I was staring at the ceiling, but I could still see light, like the street light.
What were you thinking at this point?
At this point, I was so ready to go. I just wanted to go home. I wanted it to be over.
What was your reaction physically?
Physically, I was crying. I was asking him to stop. I tried at one point to push him off, but it just made it worse. Because he said if I do it again, he'll cut me.
Did eventually this stop?
It stopped. It was early morning. I could hear the birds chirping, kids going to school.
Pause for a second, back up. Do you know if he ejaculated at any point?
I don't remember.
And so when he stopped, what did he do?
He laid there. Then he's like, "You're not going anywhere, so don't move."
What did you do?
Scared to move. He eventually went to sleep. I just laid there till I heard the birds chirping.
When you heard the birds chirping, what did that indicate to you?
It was morning or close to morning.
So what did you do?
I waited. I got dressed. And then I went downstairs. When I went downstairs, there was a wooden board across the front door and a couple in the kitchen.
That board there when you first got there?
No,
Was that couple in the kitchen there when you first got there?
no, when we got there, no one was there.
The couple in the kitchen, what happened with them?
I begged them to let me go, let me out. It's like they were having a debate about it. Then eventually the man lifted the board and opened the door and let me out
Why did you need their help with the board?
because I didn't feel like I had the strength to move the board.
Once you got out of the house, what happened?
I ran back towards Jasmir's house
Why did you go to Jasmir's house?
because that was the only person, and that was my best friend.
When you got there, was she home?
No, she wasn't home. She had went to work.
So this is the morning now, right?
Yeah,
What did you do
I
while
stayed,
waiting for Jasmir?
I stayed there till she got home, and then I told her about the rape, and then we called the police.
And what time did she get home? Do you remember? What time of day?
I don't remember.
Was it afternoon?
It was, I want to say it was closer to evening.
Once you called the police, what happened?
They made us come to the gas station in front of the Walmart and show them where everything happened. And then we went to Grady.
Is this the gas station on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you explain what happened to the police?
I did.
Did you show them the area?
I showed them.
You mentioned going to Grady. Why did you go to Grady?
They performed a rape kit.
Can you please explain what that means to you?
It was a series of tests, swabs, photographs, checking to make sure you didn't have any STDs, unwanted pregnancies.
And how did you feel during this examination?
Dirty, ashamed. Because somebody had took away from me, and I felt dirty. Like after the rape kit, I went home, showered, scrubbed, brushed my mouth out so much till it was raw and bleeding. I still could.
Take a moment.
I still couldn't get it off me. Then it was hard to sleep.
Okay, so let's just pause for a second. Going back to, because there was some time before you went to Grady, right? Did you shower at that point?
No,
Why?
I honestly don't know. Because it's like, I didn't want it. I wanted you to get caught, but I couldn't face it. But I still felt so dirty.
Okay. And did you change your clothes?
No,
Were you still in the same clothes that this happened in?
yes.
I'm showing Miss Herring what's been previously marked as dates 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Miss Herring, can you please look at those? You recognize those?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
And those were the items I was wearing and was in my bag.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of how your clothes looked on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence and see previously marked as states 3 through 7.
Any objection to states 3 through 7?
No, Judge.
Admitted.
Miss Herring? Just let me know when you're ready. What is this a picture of?
Clothes that were inside my bag.
That you were not wearing those, right?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Those were part of your overnight bag?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
A sweater that I had in my bag for when it got cold.
Also part of your overnight bag?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
A tank top that I had on that day.
So you were wearing that that day you said?
Yes.
This photo, what is this a photo of?
The underwear that I was wearing.
Were you on your cycle at that time?
No.
What is that blood from?
Right.
What else is in this photo?
The pants that I was wearing.
And what is this a photo of?
The bra that I was wearing.
Miss Herring, you mentioned some clothes were in your overnight bag. Why did you have that overnight bag?
Because I had spent time at Jasmir's house.
And did you bring that with you when you left?
Yes.
At the hospital, were you seen by a doctor?
Yes.
And what did you explain to that doctor?
That I was raped.
Did you detail what happened?
Yes.
Did you also see a rape crisis counselor?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her what happened, and she gave me a list of rape crisis places to reach out to.
Did you speak with law enforcement at the hospital?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I told them what happened again.
At this point, did you trust the law enforcement officers?
No,
Why?
because they made me feel like it was my fault and that they were unwilling to help.
Let's talk about when you left the hospital. What happened when you left?
When I left, I talked in the call. I went back to Jasmir's house to wait for my sister and my aunt. And while I was at Jasmir's house, I took a shower and brushed my teeth.
How long did you stay at Jasmir's house?
I stayed until the next day when my sister and my aunt came and got me.
Were you able to sleep that night?
No.
Tell us what happened, please.
I couldn't sleep that night because I was scared. I was up all night just walking around, looking over my shoulder, looking out the window, double checking the locks. And then when it was time to go just up, I wouldn't let anyone leave me. No one could leave me. No one. No one could touch me. My sister and my aunt came to get me. I almost practically sat in my sister's lap the whole time. And when I finally did go to sleep, it was for 5 minutes. And then I would get up looking for people, making sure no one left me. And I was alone.
Why did you feel like this?
Because of the rape. And then when I finally went back home to my mom, it was so bad. I would scream out. I blame my brothers. I would scream out. I blame my brothers. I would tell them. I would ask them why they weren't there. I blamed everybody. I couldn't sleep. They couldn't touch me. My mom couldn't leave me. No one could leave me. And it got to the point my mom had to have me admitted
Why is that?
because she couldn't deal with it.
Were you eating?
I wasn't eating, drinking, sleeping. The sound of loud doors scared me. Just hearing a door close, I wouldn't let them close the door. And then I had to sleep with the light on. I was in Grady till Memorial Day. And the only reason Grady was not released to me, because when I was there, I wouldn't eat, drink, sleep. They prescribed Seroquel.
Okay, so this clearly affected you. Did you ever speak with law enforcement again after this?
No, I never heard anything back.
Did you eventually hear from the district attorney's office?
In 2023,
And what did you learn?
that they had a match from the rape kit.
And did you agree to speak with the office?
I did
Why?
because I wanted closure.
And in August of 2014, did you know a man named J. Scott Williams?
No, not till that day.
Did you ever agree to have consensual sex with him?
No,
Ever agree to perform oral sex on him?
no,
Did you ever agree to go with him into a house?
no.
One moment to confer, Your Honor.
Sure.
No further questions.
Ms. Wood or Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Herring?
Just a few, Judge.
Hi, Ms. Herring.
Hi.
Thank you for being here today. You testified on direct that it was late when you left Jasmir's house.
Yes,
Is it safe to say it was after midnight?
yes,
And you left Jasmir's house, you were headed to the west end, correct?
yes, because my cousin stayed near the West End.
Okay, do you know about how far that is, from the area where Jasmir's house is over to where your cousin lived?
To me, it was only 45 minutes.
45 minutes on foot? Yes.
Yes,
And when you were walking down Cleveland Avenue, you mentioned passing by a McDonald's, correct?
yes,
You never went into that McDonald's?
no,
And you mentioned that you had your cell phone at one point. Did you ever dial 911?
no, the cell phone was dead. It was like a distraction technique.
And then you also mentioned that you were at the house until you could hear the birds chirping, right?
Yes,
So is it fair to say that you were there until the next morning.
Yes.
And then when you left and you went back to Jasmir's house, you said you had to wait for her. Is it fair to say that you had to wait outside her house all day or?
I waited outside.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Reimer, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Herring? Yes, if you hand your cards to Deputy Gordon, please. Okay, thank you. All right, counsel, come with me, please. You all should just be at ease for 1 second, though. Remember.
Thank you.
Now, stand up.
Take a weekend. It's not this once. Yeah. It's easy.
Push that black button. Then push the next word. That was heavy. There you go. All right, Ms. Herring, got a few more questions for you.
All right.
Can you describe for the jury what you remember the person who grabbed you on the street had in his hands? Because you talked a little bit about feeling like something was poking in your back, but you also said there was a beer. And so I'm trying to figure out, as best you can remember, and he had your arm in one hand.
Right.
And so what do you remember about what he had in his other hand?
In his other hand, the beer was in a bag, so he put it on his wrist when he grabbed my arm. And in the other hand was a knife pressed against my back,
So when you say he put it on his wrist, like one of those plastic grocery bags?
like the black grocery bags.
Okay, and so what you perceive to be a beer, he put in there and just slid that over his arm?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever smell alcohol on his breath?
yes. I smelled it on his pores before he reached me, like he had already been drinking.
When you were let out of the house, you mentioned that someone lifted that board, you went out. Why didn't you call 911 right then and there?
Because I didn't have a phone. There was no phone in the house. And the phone that I did have, it was dead.
So you had a phone, but it wasn't working?
Right.
Okay. Dead as in it wasn't charged, or even if you charged it, it didn't
It did work. It was one of the free minute phones from the government.
Okay. Tell the jurors why you waited outside your friend's home instead of going home that day once you got away.
I waited outside of my friend's home because that was the first place that came to mind. So run back instead of going back home.
Tell the jurors how you got to Grady Hospital.
I got to Grady Hospital by police.
Was it the same police that you encountered on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
Okay. And then did they stay at Grady while you were there or drop you off and go away?
they dropped me off and went away. Then I encountered different police officers.
While you were at Grady?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Which group, and maybe it was both, which group of officers, the ones who got you to Grady or the ones who came to Grady that you, while you were there, were the ones where you said, I didn't trust them based on how they were treating you?
The ones that took me to Grady.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit for the jurors what they said or did that made you not trust them?
When I was telling the male officer about the rape, he was brushing it off very nonchalantly. And then when I was answering the questions, he kept interrupting to be like, are you sure that's what's happened? Do you really remember? Is that really what happened?
Were the officers at Grady, the ones who came later, not the ones who drove you there, did they treat you the same way?
No, they didn't.
Ms. Reimer, do you have any follow-up based on those questions from the jurors?
Yes. Miss Herring, you mentioned that you went to Jasmir's house instead of going home, right?
Yes,
Where was home for you?
in Lithonia.
How did you feel when you were waiting outside Miss Jasmir's house?
Objection, Judge Relevance.
What's the relevance of how she felt at that time after the alleged incident was over?
It goes to why she went there and why she waited for her friend to come home.
Why don't you ask her that?
Why did you wait for your friend to come home before you called the police?
Because I was scared, nervous. I didn't know what else to do. So I waited for her to come home to call the police and to have someone by my side.
Was anybody else there at the home?
No,
Anybody else around the home or around the street or anything?
no, it was quiet.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood, do you have any other questions for Ms. Herring?
Briefly, just following up on that. Miss Herring, was Jasmir's home in a neighborhood?
Yes,
And you never knocked on anyone's door?
no, because I didn't know anyone there except for Jasmir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Ms. Herring, I appreciate you coming in. You are free to go, okay? Thank you for your time. Ms. Reimer, next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Miss Jasmir Bailey.
If you raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Go ahead, have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Jasmir Bailey, Jasmere Bailey.
Bailey, can you move the microphone up a little bit? You're in a great, there you go, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Miss Bailey. How are you?
Good.
How old are you currently?
32,
How old were you in 2014?
2014, about 20, 21.
And how do you know Miss Kimria Herring?
We've been best friends since high school.
Where did you meet?
Carver Middle School, high school, sorry.
And can you please describe your relationship with Miss Herring?
She's like my baby sister.
And what did you guys do together?
Went to school together, played sports together, hung out together.
And you mentioned you hung out together. How long would your hangouts typically last?
The whole weekend. Sometimes we'll spend the night at each other's house for the weekend, weekdays.
Okay, and where did you live at that time?
185 Oak Drive,
In what city is that in?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. And did Miss Miss Herring come over to your house on August 27th, 2014?
Yes.
And at some point, was she asked to leave?
Yes.
Okay. What happened? Did you see her again after she left?
Yes. The next morning
Okay. And where was she when you arrived home?
on my front porch,
Where were you?
coming from home from the hospital.
Do you remember what time of day that was?
Sometime around 11.
Okay. And when she was sitting on your porch, what was your first thought?
Something looked wrong. She was crying.
What did you do then?
Got out the car and went up to her.
And what did she tell you?
That she was right.
What else did she tell you?
That somebody, she walked to East Point after leaving the house that night, and then she was taken and raped.
Did she describe the actions?
Remember, this is hearsay.
Yes.
Go answer the question.
The yes part was okay. Ms. Reiner,
Yes, Your Honor.
the objection is hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor. She was the first person she saw after the rape, so it is her her outcry to Miss Bailey about what happened.
Ms. Feely?
This is not a child case, so I think the roles may be getting confused here, but this is just bolstering of what a witness has already testified to. I didn't catch the last part of versions.
What was the last part of your explanation as to why it's not hearsay?
She was the outcry witness for Miss Bailey. Was the first person she saw. Miss Herring was the first person she saw was Miss Bailey, and she described to her what happened to her as the first outcry witness.
Ms. Bailey, do you recall, and this was many years ago, about what time you were coming home when you saw Miss Herring at your place?
I just know it was sometime in the morning.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Feely?
Yes, two things. One, I thought the testimony from the previous witness had been it was the evening when
Your Honor, I object to the speaking objection.
and additionally, she also testified that she encountered other people before she encountered this.
Okay. All right. So for now, let's not ask this witness about things Ms. Herring said.
Yes, Your Honor. What was your reaction after you spoke to Miss Herring?
I was shocked.
Okay, and what did you do then?
Tell her we needed to call the police.
And did you call the police?
Yes.
And what happened?
The police came out to the house to get us, and they asked us what was going on, and she told them.
Okay. And what was your involvement then?
I rode with her back to where it happened.
And what happened then?
She was able to show the house. We stopped at the gas station because they said it was they were trying to figure out who needed to take over. And then one of the police officers took us to the house and she showed it to them.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
After that, they took me back home and took her back to the hospital.
Okay. And did Miss Herring come back home eventually?
Yes, they brought her back to my house.
And how was she when you brought her home? Or when she was brought home, rather?
Still crying.
And was this normal for Miss Herring?
No.
What did you notice about her?
She didn't want to be touched and she didn't want a lot of people around her.
And how was she before this?
Bubbly.
You mentioned she didn't want to be touched. How was the rest of that night?
It was weird.
Why do you say it was weird?
She just cried most of the night. She didn't want to be touched. Normally we could sit like close to each other. She didn't want nobody by her.
Okay. So what did you guys then do?
We just talked and cried that night until she fell asleep.
And again, was that normal for Miss Herring?
No.
Did you notice any more changes in Miss Herring?
When we went to sleep, she was kind of fidgety in her sleep and fighting.
Was she able to sleep?
No.
And what did you do while this was all happening?
We just sat there and tried talking about it, but she couldn't stand it.
What happened the next morning?
The next morning, she went home to her mom.
And then what happened?
After that, we didn't talk as much as we used to.
And why is that?
She just became different. She didn't like talking. She didn't want to be bothered with nobody.
One moment, Your Honor. Going back to your Oak Street house, you said it was in Atlanta, Georgia. Do you know what county that's in?
Fulton.
Okay. Do you know what the gas station, you said there was between two different jurisdictions. Do you know what,
Between Atlanta and East Point.
do you know what county that's in?
No, I just know it's a Walmart over there now.
Okay. You had a falling out with Miss Herring after this happened, right?
Yes.
Did you eventually become friends again?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Feely, questions for Ms. Bailey?
Ms. Herring was going to, I believe, a cousin's house. Is that right, from your house that evening?
I don't know whose house she was going to.
Okay, so when she left your house, you did not know where she was going?
No.
But she did not have a car, right?
You said a car? No.
That she was on foot?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you went to the incident location with her and the police. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there was a gas station nearby. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was also a McDonald's over there, right?
Yes, it's a McDonald's there as well.
And there are other businesses in that general area of Cleveland Avenue, right?
Yes.
And within walking distance to the incident location?
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Reimer, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Bailey? Nope. Okay. Ms. Bailey, thank you so much for, I didn't
Yeah.
rush anyone. Yes? Yes. Okay. Take your time. I'm quite done, Ms. Bailey. Be a really long question. Thank you. Ms. Bailey, did you know at the time, the status at the time that Ms. Herring left your house that night and went wherever she ended up going, the status of whether she had a phone?
A phone?
Yeah, cell phone. Do you know if she had one?
I don't remember if she had one.
Okay. Do you remember around that time if she had a phone, whether that phone worked?
I don't remember.
Too long ago?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any follow-up, Ms. Reimer?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Captain Penny Cavan.
Face me and raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. You don't have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Oh, he needs you to state and spell your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Captain Penny Cabin. Last name is spelled C-A-V as in Victor, I-N.
Yeah.
Good morning, Captain Kevin. Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at East Point Police Department.
And how long have you been with East Point Police Department?
22 years.
22 years. And what's your current role at East Point?
My current role now, I'm a captain for the admin part. Also, I'm the jail commander.
Are you post certified?
I am.
What is post for the jury?
Post certification is pretty much allowing you to follow certain criteria, certifications, and police academy classes to say that you are an active person as a police officer in the state of Georgia.
I want to take you back to August 2014. What was your role were you at East Point Police Department?
I was.
And what was your role at East Point Police Department?
2014, I was a detective, criminal investigation detective in East Point.
Okay. And so what were some of your responsibilities as a detective?
Okay, so at this time, 2014, I was major cases. So major cases consist of a lot of things. It can be murder, robberies, definitely homicides, burglary, rapes, child abuse of anything's at the top tier of the 7 deadly sins.
And how long were you a detective?
I was a detective for, it will be 5 years.
5 years, okay. Did you have an occasion to respond to Grady often?
Yes.
And back in 2014, did you respond to Grady, I believe, August 28th of 2014, to pick up a sexual assault kit for Miss Kimria Herring?
I did.
Okay. And I'm approaching you with what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 9?
I do.
Okay. What do you recognize State's Exhibit 9 to be?
Well, the very last person to receive this property will probably be, it's my signature on it.
Okay. And so that is your signature on that?
Yes.
And is that kit how you picked it up at the time?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection to states 9?
No objection, Judge.
It's admitted.
And you said that your signature is on it. What was your signature on it for?
To actually receive the kit from Grady. So what happens is Grady, when someone comes down to Grady, they'll make sure that it is a post-certified officer for the city of East Point to come and collect any type of evidence. Then I was a detective, I show my credentials, they give me the kit, I sign off for it. This time I transported to East Point Police Department.
And when you transport it to East Point Police Department, what do you do with it?
At this time, you would drop it in our evidence. And what happens is on that evidence, it is state where you're getting it from. So the chain of custody has to go. What happens is I change my name from, not change my name. I put my name on the evidence form to say that I received it from Grady, and I drop it in the slot box for our evidence custodian to get it.
And the evidence room that you place it in, is it a secure room? Is it a secure location?
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Wood, any questions for Captain Cabin?
No questions. Thanks for being here.
All right, any questions from the jurors? Oh, thank you, ma'am, for being here. Appreciate it.
Excused?
You are excused. Back to work. Go command the jail.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Officer Joseph Williams. Nothing. Nothing.
Thank you, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? You can, lawyer, have a seat.
Officer.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Officer Joseph L. Williams, Joseph L. Williams, it's Williams.
Mounted patrol, you're one of the few. I hear the horses have a new home.
Yes, they do. They're loving it.
They're loving it.
Yes.
All right.
Good morning, Officer Williams.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Currently employed at City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do at City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I'm a police officer that's assigned to SOS, which is Special Operations. I'm part of the Mounted Patrol Unit, which rock horses.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
This year would make 14 years in December.
Did you have any previous employment in law enforcement before?
Law enforcement, no.
Are you post-certified?
I am post-certified,
How long have you been post-certified?
about almost 14 years.
Any lapse in your post-certification?
No.
And as an officer with APD, back in 2014, were you also in a specialized unit?
No, at that time I was in FOD, which is Field Operations Division, so pretty much a beat officer.
And when you say a beat officer, can you explain what some of your duties and responsibilities are in FOD?
Yeah, FOD are normally the officers that answering 911 calls. So answering calls and enforcing traffic or doing directed patrols, trying to keep the crime low for the city.
So were you assigned to a specific zone?
Yeah, Zone 3.
What's zone 3?
Zone 3 consists of Summer Hill all the way up to Cleveland Avenue,
Okay.
pretty much. And then it borderlines with East Point and Atlanta. So
Okay. And so I want to direct your attention to August 27, 2014. Did you have an opportunity to respond to 185 Oak Street in Atlanta?
yes, I probably respond. That was on my beat, so more than likely I respond to 185 Oak Street.
Okay. And is that in Fulton County?
Fulton County, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with a victim, Ms. Kimria Herring, when you responded?
Yes, after going over reports from back then, yes, I did speak with her.
And were you dispatched to 185 Oak Street?
Yes, I was dispatched to the location where I responded and continued to handle the call.
And when I asked you or were you dispatched, can you explain to the jury what dispatch means?
So dispatch means that someone from the location called 911 or near the location called 911 out. So the police have the right to be there. It's not like they took initiative in trying to figure something out on their own riding around. It was an actual 911 call. So dispatcher would dispatch it out to an officer. I was the officer that got the call. I went to the location.
And what was that dispatch in reference to?
That dispatch was in reference to, I want to say, a sexual assault.
And did you personally make contact with Ms. Kimria Herring?
Yes.
And when you made contact with her, what did she advise you of?
She advised me that she had been sexually assaulted and also had a couple of I guess, disagreements with one of her family members.
And did she know where the sexual assault occurred?
She had an idea on where it occurred. So at that time, we tried to backtrack where she could remember, and it led to it being outside of the city of Atlanta.
Okay. And when you said y'all tried to backtrack, do you know what steps you took to try to backtrack?
So after listening to her speak, she did say that she was walking along Cleveland Ave, which is that jurisdiction line between Atlanta and East Point. At that point, I secured her in my vehicle, and we kind of went down Cleveland Ave where she remembered her walking towards, and she spotted a landmark that allowed her to remember it was here. And at that point, we was outside the city's jurisdiction.
And that I'm sorry.
Everything all right there?
Yeah.
Okay. It's happened a couple times.
That landmark, was that the gas station located at 890 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And did you stop at that gas station?
that was where I stopped.
And once, let me go back briefly. Do you recall her advising a time that she may have been sexually assaulted?
I want to say it was early in the morning. It was after 12 midnight, so.
And once you stopped at that gas station, at 890 Cleveland Avenue, also, is that located in Fulton County?
It's located in Fulton County, but technically not in the city of Atlanta. I believe it's in East Point.
And so what did you do with that information? What were your next steps?
At that point, I got on radio, our communication, and let them know that I needed East Point assistance with it because it happened in the city of East Point, meaning I couldn't handle the case.
Okay. And could you not handle the case because it was out of your jurisdiction?
Correct.
And did East Point ever respond?
East Point did respond.
And once they responded, were you able to communicate with East Point?
I communicated with the East Point officer, and they were able to take the case at that point.
And did Ms. Herring indicate to you that she knew the suspect?
She didn't know the suspect. She did mention that she could kind of describe the suspect, but she didn't know him.
Okay. And did you have, once the case was turned over, did East Point generate a case number?
Yes. At that point, everything transferred over to East Point, and I pretty much go back in service to answering 911 calls.
Okay. And did Atlanta Police ever generate a case number for this case?
A case number was generated for the call on Oak Street, which was where it started, but it was transferred over to East Point in that they generated their case number to handle the actual case.
Okay. And did you ever write a report for this case?
No, once you transfer it over to the other agency, you typically just what we call Code 9, which is transferred over to them.
And once you handed the case over to East Point, did you have any other involvement?
No other involvement.
One moment. Nothing further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Wood, questions for Officer Williams?
No questions. Thanks for being here, sir.
Absolutely.
Jurors, questions? Yep. Do you recall, Officer Williams, what time you were either dispatched to that Oak Street address or what time you got there?
I don't recall the exact time, but I know the shift that I was working was evening watch, which was 3 to 11. So it had to be between those hours.
Okay. And do you recall if that was on August 27th or August 28th in that 3 to 11 window?
I don't recall.
It was 11 years ago. That's
Yes.
okay. All right. You responded to Oak Street, spoke with the alleged victim, and then transported her to that gas station you mentioned, and then East Point got involved too. Did you bring anyone else with her?
I don't remember it being anyone else with her. I believe it was just her.
Okay. And explain to the jurors why you took Ms. Herring to the scene of the alleged crime rather than just getting a report from her at Oak Street and being on your way.
So typically with us having neighboring jurisdictions, we want to get a exact location so that we won't put in too much of the work when it's on someone else. We have both Forest Park, East Point, and sometimes Clayton County that's like surrounding us in that area. So the actual crime could be in one of those jurisdictions, but they come over to the city of Atlanta and call 911. It dispatches us out. So it's best that we find the actual location of where it happened before you, especially something like this, have the victim give all the details and stuff over and over and over again. They could do it to the exact officer or jurisdiction that really needs to hear the story.
From your recollection of being the patrol officer back in 2014, now 2014, were there surveillance cameras, police or otherwise, along Cleveland Avenue in that vicinity of the gas station, et cetera, back in 2014?
Back in 2014, more than likely there weren't.
You said were?
There weren't.
Were not.
There were not.
Okay. Any follow-up questions from the state, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, just a brief follow-up. One moment, Your Honor. Officer Williams, before coming to testify today, did you review the East Point report?
East Point report was reviewed.
And were you referenced in the East Point report as well?
I was referenced in the East Point report, which kind of sparked my memory on the incident because I didn't do a report myself.
And would showing you the East Point report help refresh your recollection on the date?
Yes, it will.
And I'm now approaching with the East Point report. And if you could just take a look at that, and once your memory has been refreshed, just look back up at me. Okay. And what was the date that you responded?
It's August the 27th. of 2014.
And you said that your watch was,
Evening watch?
and that was 3 to 11?
Yes,
Okay, so you responded in between the hours of 3 PM to 11
11
PM?
PM to the Oak Drive location.
Okay, and do you see at the top of this report? Here. Could you take a look at that for me? Do you know if there were or if there was one female in the car or if there were two?
There were 2 females in the car, according to the report.
And according to that report, were you also giving a courtesy ride?
That's what we call it when we do, transport individuals that's not law enforcement in the car. Yes,
Thank you, nothing further.
absolutely.
Ms. Wood, do you have any questions based on the juror questions?
Very briefly, Judge. You said that more than likely there were not surveillance cameras along that Cleveland Avenue corridor, correct?
Right.
But since this actually fell out of your jurisdiction, it would have been up to East Point Police Department to actually get those surveillance cameras, right?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Jurors, we're gonna break for lunch now. This is your first lunch break as a group. Couple of points about that. One, you're welcome to eat together as a group. You're not required to do that. You're not required to eat at all, but you have an hour now to do it as you see fit. Please, when you are taking this break, don't talk about the case. Don't share your perception of how this witness was or that. You may be thinking about it up here, but it's not yet time to engage in deliberations or even discussions about how the case is going or not going. And no outside research. You guys have mastered the art of writing the questions. This is how you get your questions answered if they are questions that are answerable in this trial. We'll try to keep it to an hour. The clock on the wall and the clock on my computer say very different things. But why don't we try to be back at 1:15-ish? That's about an hour. You're welcome to leave the building. We used to have a little list of places to eat around here. The answer is not so many, at least not within, you can be back in an hour. But there are a few places, and there's a food service called Food at the end of the word food. They actually don't make anything, but they bring food in from different, one day it's Chick-fil-A, another day it's a local Indian restaurant or something. And I think sometimes we put the list of, it's not back there. Ms. Hansberry is not here today, that's why, but sometime we might give you helpful information about where you could have lunch. There's American Deli right outside. I've never had a juror not make it back from American Deli, so there's always that. Any logistical questions before you begin your lunch break? No, remember my guidance when you come back out here after lunch, don't sit in the seat you've been sitting in already this morning. We'll talk about the case. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right,
All right, Ms. Reimer, anything from the state before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
You've got witnesses to fill up the afternoon?
Yes, Your
Okay, let's be back here at 1:15. Ms. Wood, anything from the defense?
Honor. No, Judge, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Reimer, if you could, over the lunch break, you or Ms. Robinson, someone shoot Ms. Nelson the jury charge.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do that.
Thank you so much. Okay, ready? Okay. Ms. Reimer, are you ready?
Yes, sure.
All right, we'll get Mr. Williams out here, see if that side's ready. All right, let's get on the record. In State versus Williams, we're done with our lunch break. The jurors are ready to come in. Ms. Reimer, anything we need to get on the record before we bring the jurors in?
Nothing from the state, Your
All right, and I got your jury charges. Actually, Ms. Nelson did. They're now with Ms. Niles, so we're good there. Ms. Wood, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, then as long as your witness is ready, is right outside, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, juror. Jury President accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had enough time. Was there anyone who didn't have enough time to fit everything in? Good. And you guys get a good grade for relocating as you came back in after lunch and having different seats. We remain in the midst of the state's case, so I'll ask Ms. Reimer to call the state's next witness, please. Or Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Detective Kenneth Horis.
Thank you, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Kenneth Horis, Kenneth, last name Horace.
Good afternoon, Detective Horis.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
With the City of Noonan Police Department.
City of Noonan?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been with the City of Noonan?
3 years.
And in what capacity?
First as on the road as an officer and now as investigator.
And do you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am, with the City of East Point, Henry County.
Okay. And how long were you with Henry County?
For 1 year.
What about East Point?
For East Point, a total of 16 years.
16 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you at East Point's Police Department in August of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were your duties or responsibilities then?
I was field training officer and on the road answering calls.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Were you post-certified back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention to August 27th of 2014. Did you respond to 890 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was that location?
890 Cleveland Avenue is in the city of East Point, and that was the Shell station, gas station.
Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that located in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Is Cleveland Avenue one of those roads where if I go to one side, I'm in one jurisdiction, and to the other, it's another?
Yes, sir.
So I guess south of Cleveland is East Point.
It borders Hateville on one side and Atlanta on the other
Oh,
side.
Hateville?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not East Point.
Both. I mean,
Oh.
it cuts through, starting from coming down Virginia Avenue, pass through Hateville, city limits, East Point, then over to Atlanta.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what time you responded?
What that was, not exactly, but it's after after 8 o'clock
8 o'clock PM or 8?
PM.
PM? Okay. And would taking a look at, did you prepare a report for this case?
Yes, I did.
And would taking a look at your report refresh your recollection as
Yes,
to
ma'am,
the
it would.
date and time?
Yes.
Approaching you with. And if you could just take a look at that and then look back up at me when your recollection has been refreshed.
Okay. Okay, it was 8:56.
8:56
Yes.
PM?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of your response to 890 Cleveland Avenue?
We had, it was actually a call that was transferred from Atlanta. The incident occurred in East Point. So I met with the officer at 890 Cleveland, the Shell station, which was in reference to a sexual assault.
And when you met with that officer, was the victim, Ms. Kimria Herring, also present?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the case transferred to East Point Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And did Officer Williams advise you that he transported Ms. Herring from anywhere?
Yes, from her sister's residence. I believe that was Oak Street.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And did you make contact with Ms. Herring?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did Ms. Herring advise you of?
She advised that she was walking along the area of near the Shell station on Cleveland Avenue, 890 Cleveland, when a Black male approached her. She described him as being short, kind of chubby, balding or bald. And he commented on how she looked, said she had a nice body, if I remember correctly, and offered her $250 to see her body. And she said that she was not interested.
Okay, and before we move on, you said that she described him. Did she give a specific description?
Yes, she did, actually, if I can look at the notes.
If you could, if that will refresh your recollection, and once your recollection has been refreshed, please look back up at me.
Okay. She described the male as about 5'10", heavy set, pot belly, and bald.
Okay. And did she give you a name that he called himself?
She did, and I would have to look again at my notes.
Please do, and when your recollection has been refreshed, please look up.
Okay, she said he told her his name was Steve.
Okay. And did she indicate that she knew this person?
She did not know this person.
That she did not know this person?
Correct.
And do you know where exactly on Cleveland Avenue she said that she was stopped?
It was right across from Reed Avenue, which is visible right from the entry exit from the Shell station.
And was that where she was actually stopped by the individual?
That is correct.
And once she responded that she was not interested, did he then respond to her from what she advised of you?
Yes.
Advised you of?
Yes, after she said she was not interested, and she stated that he replied, "You think you're too good for me? I'm gonna make you a woman tonight."
And where were you all located when this conversation was happening?
Where were we at the time of
Yes,
the?
you in this hearing.
We were right at the parking lot of the Shell station.
And what did she advise that he did after making the statement that he's gonna make her a woman?
He took her to Reed Avenue, which is directly almost across the street from the Shell station. Just look at it basically. And she said once there, he took her clothes off and forced himself on her, sexually assaulting her.
And were you able to go to Reed Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to determine where this incident actually took place?
We eventually did, from her description, and she also pointed out the location. But at the time, we went to Reed to see if any to the house, and Reed didn't have any visible house numbers on the house. So we're trying to establish if whether or not anyone lived there, and it looked like it was an abandoned house.
And why do you say it looked abandoned?
It's just from what we can see inside, just look, the interior was kind of trashed. You didn't see any furniture or anything. It's just like the windows kind of boarded up with paper or cardboard and clothing or whatever, probably people squatting in it maybe. So still knocked on the door, see if anybody we can make contact with anything. We did not go in, we did not have a search warrant. So just no contact there.
And you said that it was off of Reed Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Reed Avenue located in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And the house, did you have a description of that house?
I believe it was a gray house, the corner house off of Sylvan as you turn onto Reed.
Okay. And when you say it's off of Sylvan and when you turn onto Reed,
Right.
which direction are you turning off of Sylvan?
Well, if you're going southbound, you're turning right.
And the house color, you indicated that it was gray.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you indicate a different color in your report?
I have to look and see. Okay, thinking it was light blue. I'm thinking gray. It was light blue.
You said it was the second house?
Yes. As soon as you come on, it was a lot. It was because it's like a couple of abandoned houses right there next. That's probably why I'm confusing the color, but it was the second house on that side.
Okay. And so what did Miss Herring advise happened once she was inside?
Objection, judge, this calls for hearsay.
In your honor, this, in response, this witness, or excuse me, the individual, Miss Kimria Herring, has previously testified she was subject to cross-examination.
Okay.
Judge, I would then change my objection to this is improper bolstering, since we've already heard from Miss Herring.
Okay. I'll sustain the hearsay objection. Next question.
Yes, your honor. And were you able to view the house from your recollection from the street, or did you notice anything about the lawn?
I was able to view it from where we were at when we was actually speaking with the victim. And once we did try to make contact with someone at the house, it was basically, lawn was trashed. I mean, it's just debris everywhere. Not kept up.
And through your investigation, did you learn of a time, or did she give you a time in which this took place?
She did. It was 3 o'clock in the morning.
And was she able to leave that home at any point in time?
Yeah, she left, she advised once he was asleep, she left the house around 6 a.m.
And once she left the house, what did she do?
She went back to her sister's residence, where she did take a shower, I believe. And her sister, I guess, found out what happened and they called the police from there.
And so you said she took a shower, you
I
believe?
believe
Is that in your report?
I have to look through and see. I don't think it is, but if I remember correctly, I'm not sure.
Thank you. So did a detective, I know that you were the responding officer.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain for the jury what the responding officer does?
Basically, wherever we get dispatched to a location, regardless of what type of incident it is, we basically, if there's a report to be made, we'll take the report, gather all the information. And in this case, it was sexual assault. So me being the primary or responding officer, I did the incident report, made contact with the victim. And, and from there you determine what steps to take.
And were you assigned as the lead or the lead investigator in this case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
And did an investigator respond or a detective respond to the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who was that detective?
That was Detective Rick Machad.
And once he responded, was the victim then turned over to Detective Machad?
Yes, ma'am.
And was a case number ever generated in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And can you tell me that case number?
Case number is going to be the one this report is written off of. It's going to be one, with 2014, it's going to be 14, which is 12758.
Thank you. And did you have any further involvement with this case?
I did talk with someone at the Shell station and see if I could get video, because there were exterior cameras on the outside of the building kind of facing Reed. So just trying to check and see if we could get video.
And were you able to obtain video?
As far as I know, I don't believe so. I cannot recollect as far as if we did or did not.
Okay.
Because a lot of times you have to wait until somebody can pull it, or that's when it be given to the investigator.
And but as far as you know, surveillance cameras were unable to be retained.
Correct.
And did you also take a statement, a written statement from the victim?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Wood, questions for Detective Horis?
Yes, Judge. Hi,
Hey.
Detective. Thanks for being here today. It was nighttime when you responded to the Shell station, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm sorry, I missed it. When you, at the time of this incident, how long had you worked with East Point at that point?
That was 16 years.
So it was
Yeah.
16 years before 2014.
No. I started in 05. So that was 2014. Yeah,
Okay, so almost 10 years at that time.
right. Because I left and came back.
So is it safe to say you were familiar with Cleveland Avenue at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that you spoke to someone at the Shell station regarding the surveillance footage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't recall if any surveillance footage was actually obtained?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And you went to the house on Reed Avenue, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't speak to any witnesses in that surrounding area, correct?
No.
And you didn't go inside of the home on Reed Avenue to set up a crime scene, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't case the perimeter to look for a suspect, correct?
As far as due to the time frame, we went to the house to see if we can make contact with anyone, but that was several hours after the fact.
But you didn't actually do like a
Canvass
walk
the
and talk
area.
in the neighborhood?
No.
Okay. It was your understanding that by the time you got involved, the whole day had passed, correct?
Been some time.
Okay, one moment, Judge. No more questions. Thanks for being here.
Any redirect, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Detective Horis? You? All right, counsel, if you will come outside for a quick second, we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, check. First, some geography. At the time that you responded to this call in 2014, you worked for East Point Police.
That is correct.
East Point is in what county?
Fulton County.
All of East Point is in Fulton County.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if there was an address involved that was an East Point address, is that a Fulton County address?
If it's in the city of East Point, it'd be Fulton County address. Correct.
Okay. When you met with Ms. Herring, did you notice any injuries on her, or did she present you with any injuries?
That I do not remember, not that I can remember, no.
Okay. Would reviewing your report help with that, or that's not something that would be in there?
I can look and see, but I don't remember it.
Okay, I don't know how long, I know your report's many pages, but a bunch of those lines are, it was on August 27th and this and that. Would reviewing the narrative help you?
I can review it and look.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you the other questions,
Okay.
because there may be a few others that you're looking at.
Gotcha.
When you were meeting with Ms. Herring and went with her to Reed Street, was she alone, or did she have a companion with her?
As far as I can recall, she was alone when I met her with the Atlanta officer.
Okay, there was the Atlanta officer. He handed it off, but you don't recall Ms. Herring having someone else with her?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, you can see if that's in your narrative as well. The house that you were led to on Reed Street that you said looked kind of abandoned, but you didn't have a warrant for it. Was that ever designated as a crime scene such that someone did get a warrant for it or conduct any forensic work inside of it?
Once again, I'm the responding reporting officer. Yeah, I turned that over to the investigator.
So that was Michaud or
Michaud.
Michaud, you said?
Yes.
So if that's someone who's going to testify, we can ask that person.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Your role was just respond, figure out, do we need to escalate this to a detective?
Correct.
And you did escalate it?
Yes, sir.
And that was to Michaud?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would then check your narrative to see if it says anything about visible injuries to Ms. Herring and anything about whether she had someone with her other than the officer when you met her.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor. There's no mention of, and I cannot remember, there was no mention of another person with her and no injuries caused.
Got it. Ms. Robinson, any follow-up for Detective Horace?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Horace, can you look at the narrative number 1 on page 2? And do you see where your unit number, which is 721, you were called out?
Yes, the call, under the call number?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the CAD call narrative?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the CAD call narrative?
I mean, as far as,
What is it?
okay, it's what 911 receives. It's like, if anybody, myself or another citizen would call in, they will put notes in the reporting system
Okay.
for us to read as far as we get it on the in-car computer or whatever. And also for the CAD history, the notes.
Okay. And so you're able to see this while you're en route, but also.
Not necessarily, you can, but if you're sitting there looking at it, if you ask questions, basically, if you're driving, you try not to read.
Okay, so are you over the radio?
Yes.
Okay. And so over the radio, did they mention that 721, which is yourself, was en route?
Yes.
Okay. And was it also mentioned that 721 was en route to 185 Oak Street in Atlanta and giving a courtesy ride to 2 females?
Looking at the report, I think that is when myself and Detective Mashad, did the courtesy ride.
Okay, but it was 2 females in the vehicle?
I cannot recall that.
But based on the CAD report?
Yes, and that's not.
Hold on 1 second. Did you have an objection?
I was going to say asked and answered, because you just touched on that subject, Judge.
Okay, I'll let her finish up.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Based on the CAD report, were there 2 females?
And I just like to explain one thing, CAD reports are not always accurate.
Okay.
I'm just, as far as I know, there was not 2 females.
And it also says 756, who is listed as Mashad,
Yes, ma'am.
and it says en route to Grady with 1 female. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And this is after the fact, as far as me meeting with the victim and also Mashad and myself going to her residence in Atlanta. So it's like dispatch has, they depend, it could be accurate and could be off. I mean, they're just throwing notes in there.
Okay.
So and the way this it's looking right here chronologically, it's like just the opposite, basically.
Okay. And this was 11 years ago, right? And so would the best, I guess, depiction of what occurred be in the report that was generated?
Yes.
One moment. And those notes that we were just reviewing, where do they get those notes from?
It's depending on this, like 722, which is my beat partner at the time. That was Weston Lestat. I mean,
Okay.
he could be diverted somewhere else or he could be canceled. So, I mean, he probably never, I don't remember him even showing up. If he did, he probably, I don't need him because I'm just taking a report. There's no suspect on scene, so I don't need to top another unit.
Okay, but it comes over the radio?
This is notes they're putting in.
Okay.
And if I don't need my beat partner, I can cancel him and just meet my victim if there's no other suspect or immediate threat.
Thank you, nothing further.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wood, any follow-up?
One question. There were only 1 female when you got there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective, for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And you can leave, if someone brought you papers, you can leave the papers there.
Okay.
You can take your gear.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next witness.
Your State calls Lieutenant Mashad.
Good afternoon.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give, you be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can go ahead and have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Lieutenant R. Mashad, Michaud.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Mashad.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
City of East Point Police Department.
How long have you been at East Point Police Department?
Approximately 25 years with a break-in service in 2007.
2007. Okay. And I heard you say lieutenant. When did you become a lieutenant?
April of 2024.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Has there been any lapse in post-certification?
There is not.
In 2014, were you employed with East Point Police Department?
I was.
And what was your title at East Point?
I was a detective.
I want to direct your attention to August 27th of 2014. Did you respond to 890 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
And is that a Shell gas station that you responded to?
It is.
Okay. And what was the purpose for your response?
To follow up on an investigation of a rape.
Okay. And around what time did you respond?
9:10 p.m.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with Officer Horis upon your arrival? And did he pass along information from the investigation to you?
He did.
And was information passed along about a vacant home?
It was on Reed Avenue.
And were you able to go to that home?
I did not physically go home. I did not physically go to that house that night.
Did you speak with the victim, Ms. Kimria Heron? And in speaking with her, did she advise you of what happened to her the night before or that morning?
She did.
Did she advise what time or approximately what time?
She did.
And what time was that?
So in total, it was about 2:00 in the morning.
And is that when she made it to Cleveland Avenue at 2:00 in the morning?
That's correct.
Did she indicate to you that she encountered a black male?
Yes, she did.
And what else did she advise?
That this male was unknown to her. So that her body looked good. And that he would pay the amount of $250 to see her body, with nothing sexual.
And did she respond to that advance?
She responded by saying no.
And did she tell you of any crimes that occurred in the house?
That she was raped.
And did you inquire about her leaving that home?
Yes.
Do you know what time she left the house?
She left
About what time?
approximately 6 in the morning. After getting there at approximately 3 in the morning.
Did you also inquire about her clothing?
I did.
And what did you inquire about her clothing?
I asked her if she was wearing the same clothing, to which she advised that, it was different clothing that she was wearing. However, the clothes that she was wearing, was at, her sister's house at 185 Oakley. I'm sorry, 185 Oak Street.
And the 185 Oak Street, were you able to go back there?
I actually brought her back over there to collect the, clothing.
Had you did you ask her whether or not she had showered? And what was her response?
She advised that she had not showered.
Did you also advise whether she sought medical treatment?
I did inquire that, to where she says she had not.
Did you also ask her about the gap in time?
I did.
And that gap in time being your response at 9:10 and the assault happening in the early morning around between the hours of 3 and 6 a.m. Okay. And did she explain to you why she waited?
So she went home to her sister's house. Her sister was at work. She waited on her sister, where they called the police together.
Okay. And do you recall if her sister was present with her?
I don't recall.
And did you go back to 185 Oak Street and collect that clothing? Okay, now approaching you with what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 8. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 8 and let me know if you recognize it? And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 8?
The evidence sheet and the property tag, is completed with my handwriting.
Okay. And is that the clothing items that you took from the 185 Oak Street location?
Correct.
Okay. And does it appear to have been tampered with or altered in any way?
It does not.
And Your Honor, state moves to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 8.
Objection.
Objection, it's admitted.
And I want to approach you with State's Exhibit 3 through 7, which has been previously admitted. Can you take a look at States 3 through 7 and let me know if you recognize States 3 through 7? Can you pull it up one?
I do.
And do you recognize to be those photographs to be the pictures that were taken at East Point Police Department?
That's
before
correct.
you bagged that evidence?
Yeah, so I got them from her and brought them back to the police station, where they were photographed in our ID section.
Okay. And could you also do a comparison of State's Exhibit 8 to the photographs? Can you tell us the breakdown of what's in State's Exhibit 8?
So there's, blue jeans, brown and beige shirt, a bra, green and black, tank top, white in color, leggings, black with pink leopard print on the top, and underwear, multi-stripe with blood on it.
And all those items were placed into State's Exhibit 8, correct?
That's correct.
And once you collected those items from 185 Oak Street, what did you do next?
So of course we photoed it and then gathered it in the bag and dropped it in the property and evidence.
And
Secured it in the property evidence locker.
And property and evidence locker, is that a secure location? And what else did you do with Miss Herring, the victim?
I brought her to Grady Hospital to have for a further treatment to have a sexual assault kit completed.
Okay. And are you present when the sexual assault kit is being completed?
Mhm.
Um, did you provide Miss Herring with a follow-up number or anything to reach out to you?
I gave her my contact and contact for Sergeant Smith for upon completion.
And who is Sergeant Smith?
At the time, she was my supervisor.
And would she have been lead on this case as well?
That's correct.
And so did you drop Miss Herring off at the hospital or did you stay there with her? And did Miss Herring ever reach out to you? Okay. And in what regard?
She reached out via telephone and advised that she was complete with her treatment at Grady.
And did you inquire anything further of Miss Herring?
I asked her about immediate results. She said she was tender and that they had collected some specimens.
Did you also ask her anything about the MARTA bus?
Did ask.
That's hearsay.
It would be, Your Honor, it would be his statement. He's here for cross-examination, available to testify and answer questions on cross-examination.
So he is free to be cross-examined. I understood your question to be one that sought to elicit from this witness, in effect, these aren't your exact words, but what did Ms. Herring tell you about a MARTA bus? Is that not what you were asking?
No,
'Cause I
Your
may have
Honor.
misunderstood your question.
I thought my question was, did he inquire about the MARTA bus?
Inquire of Ms. Herring.
Yes.
Okay, you can answer that question of, yes, I asked about it. Don't get into what she may have said about a MARTA bus. Make that a different question so we can see if there's an objection to that. But what you asked her about, we can ask him 1,000 questions. Did you ask her about X?
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you ask her about the MARTA bus?
I did.
Okay. And what was your question that you asked her about the MARTA bus?
This number was on Cleveland Avenue at that time.
And was she able to give you a bus number on?
She did.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
One moment, please. And Detective Mashad, did the victim, Miss Kimria Herring, provide you any information on where she was living at the time?
She so her residence was the 5,000 block in Mulbert Drive in Lithonia.
Okay. In Lithonia?
Yes, correct.
Did she ever advise who she was living with in Lithonia?
I don't recall who she was living with. Her sister is the one that lived at 185 Oak Street.
Thank you.
Ms. Wood, do you have questions for the lieutenant?
I sure do, Judge. Thank you. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. Thanks for being with us today.
Yes, ma'am.
You were the lead on this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
No? What was your role in this case? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Just really supporting the lead detective up front.
Okay.
Sergeant Smith, who was the lead detective?
Sergeant Smith, yes. That's
Sergeant
correct.
Smith.
What was your title at this time?
I was a detective.
And you responded between 9 and 10 PM, correct?
9 and 10 PM that I responded.
Yes.
It was 9:10.
Oh, like 9 to
9:10.
10.
Yeah, it was
Understood.
9:10 PM.
And I wrote down that you testified on direct that you did not go to the home on Reed Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you never searched that property,
I did physically not know.
okay? And you never got a warrant to go in that property?
For the residents?
Yes, sir.
No.
So you yourself never collected any evidence inside the home?
No.
You never collected bedding to send for testing?
I did not know.
Okay. You did not recover any clothing in the home?
No.
Okay. You never recovered a knife at the scene?
I did not know.
And you never cased the area to look for a suspect, correct?
I don't recall, maybe after the fact, like leading into the next day. I don't recall, doing it at this particular moment. My concern at this moment was for the victim.
Understood. And when you came into contact with Ms. Herring, it was your understanding at that point she had not interacted with any other law enforcement, correct?
Other than, Officer Horis.
Okay. And it was your understanding she had not received any medical treatment at that time?
Correct.
And you said that after this little involvement of yours, you never spoke to Ms. Herring afterward to do any follow-up interview, correct?
The only follow-up that I had was with her call to me saying that she was completed at Grady. That was my only follow-up.
All right. And finally, you did not receive any surveillance cameras from the Shell station, correct?
No, I did not.
Did you check any other businesses for surveillance footage?
I did not. I don't recall if it was obtained from others.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, questions from the jurors? You. Lieutenant, can you explain to the jury why it was that a search warrant was never obtained for that house on Reed Street? If you're in a position to answer that, it may not have been your call.
I can't really say that one was done or not. I didn't have any active role in that part of the investigation. And secondly, with speculation, the residence was an abandoned residence. Therefore, if that is the case, there would be no expectation of privacy, as that was a vacant residence.
Regardless of whether a warrant would have been needed or someone could articulate a basis to search it because it was abandoned, you're saying that wasn't your role in the investigation of this case?
That wasn't my scope, that's correct.
In whose scope would that have fallen?
It could have been Sergeant Smith.
Okay. What about requesting surveillance footage from either that gas station or if a MARTA bus has cameras on it or on the outside or the inside, who would have followed up on that if that was deemed an important investigative step?
So as far as the video surveillance, the incident was 11 years ago. Of course, video surveillance is more prevalent now. The authenticity of everything, as far as the quality of it, is better now than it was back then. I can't speak to that it was not recovered. Again, it wasn't in my scope of what I did as part of this investigation.
Would that have again been Sergeant Smith if it was going to be anyone who followed up either with the gas station or with MARTA to see if there was video?
Could have been, that's correct.
Okay. If Sergeant Smith comes in here and is asked, is there someone else you know of connected to the investigation that she might say, oh, that would have been person X? In other words, were you aware of other people being involved in the investigation? We have Horis, we've got you, we've got Smith. Anyone else?
I'm not familiar with anyone else being involved. I know that Officer Horis was the primary officer. He was a detective now, but at the time he was an officer on the street. Sergeant Smith was the lead on it. I don't recall of any other detective assisting. So that wasn't in my scope of the investigation.
Okay. You obtained a bus number or a route number from Ms. Herring. Did you do anything to confirm if that bus number or route number was one that would have been active, meaning bus traveling along it, consistent with the information that Ms. Herring gave you about what happened?
So 78 does run on Cleveland Avenue. I believe that information was passed along as well.
But that would be to Sergeant Smith.
That's correct.
When you interacted with Ms. Herring, did you notice any injuries on her? Or did she direct you to any injuries on her?
I don't recall seeing any visible injuries, and I don't recall any being noted as my observation.
Ms. Robinson, do you have any questions for the lieutenant based on these recent inquiries?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wood?
No, thank you.
All right, Lieutenant, appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thanks, Sis.
Ms. Reimer or Ms. Robinson, the next witness?
The state calls Sergeant Sylvia Smith.
Yeah. No, it's a restaurant.
Need a break? Okay. How many jurors? One? I don't mean to, but if it's several, okay. It's a little early for our full-blown afternoon break, so how about if you need to use the restroom, hop up and use it, but we will have a longer break in a little while. So otherwise, stay put. Thanks. And we can get to Sergeant Smith on in here all teed up.
Sure.
We won't swear her in until the jurors are back, but let's be ready to roll. Hi, Sarge.
Hey.
Come on in. We're gonna get you seated and just, you can actually take a seat. We'll have you pop back up and get sworn in. We had a couple jurors who need to take a quick break.
Yes, sir.
We figured we'd get you ready. Appreciate it. All right, everyone's back. Deputy Gordon, if you stand back up, Deputy Gordon, if you'd swear our witness in, please.
Swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God. Yes. It's a lawyer and obviously. Will you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sylvia Smith, Sylvia, Smith, Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, former Sergeant Smith, correct?
Yes, enjoying retirement.
Okay. So you said you're retired. Where are you retired from?
City of East Point, Georgia.
How long were you with this point?
28 years.
Can you please describe your position at East Point?
I retired as a police sergeant, and I was assigned to the Uniform Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, and Administration Division.
Before you were a sergeant, what were you?
I was a corporal.
And what does that mean?
Corporal is it's kind of like a mini supervisor in a way, leading you up to sergeant or whatever the next rank is.
And what did you do in that mini supervisor role?
I was an investigator.
And what did you investigate?
Oh, I investigated domestics, juveniles, assisted in homicides, rapes, everything.
Okay, and then before you were corporal, what were you?
A regular uniform officer.
And what was your role as a regular uniform officer?
I patrolled, did preliminary cases, just basic taking of calls and filing police reports.
And during your time as an officer with East Point, were you post-certified?
Yes.
Did you ever have any lapse in your post-certifications?
No.
Thank you. Were you working with East Point in 2014?
Yes.
And what was your role in 2014?
I was a police sergeant assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
And was that in August of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. So were you called out, were you assigned a case in August of 2014?
Yes.
And what was that case?
It was a rape case.
And were you the lead on that case?
I assigned myself as lead.
Okay. And what is your role as the lead detective?
Lead investigator, you ensure that everything is done properly with the case, search warrants and all those things of that nature. And just you the lead investigator.
You mentioned you assigned yourself. Did you have a signing case capacity?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you assign a case to yourself?
To oversee it. I had somebody else I was basically training and grooming.
Okay. And as part of this case, do you remember beginning your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, what did you start with your investigation?
Basically make contact with the victim.
Were you able to make contact with her?
I made contact with her.
At first, what did you do to make contact with her?
I had to go out to the house.
And where was that?
In Lithonia.
And what happened when you were there?
Oh man, when I showed up on the scene, the DeKalb County police was out there in the ambulance, and I'm like, what's going on? You know, I pulled up and.
How was Miss Herring at that time?
Well, she was screaming. She was traumatized.
And why do you say that?
She was just screaming. You couldn't even talk to her. Mom was holding her down. Brother was holding her down. They were trying to get her to get in the ambulance.
What did you learn about Miss Herring at that time?
She had some mental crisis at that time. And yeah, she had some mental crisis, and they were sending her to Grady rape crisis.
You
And
learn why she was having that mental break?
mental trauma. She just had a mental trauma, I guess, I'm assuming from, the incident she was involved with, because it was not long after that I went out to the house after the incident.
Do you remember what day you went out to the house?
Ew. I think it might have been the 29th,
Of what month?
August.
And were you able to speak with Miss Herring at that point?
No, I mean, she was just mentally destroyed. I couldn't even, she's screaming. I just couldn't do nothing with that,
Did you leave any information for Miss Herring?
Yeah, I left my car and I let the cab police officers know that I had an investigation I was working with her on, and, I didn't get in their way because I was in their jurisdiction. So I left my contact information after she, received her mental health treatment. And her mother basically was telling me she was going to go to the rape crisis center. I'm like, okay, good. We'll follow up when she's done.
And did she call you back
Um,
or contact you back?
I can't even recall.
We're looking at a copy of the report, refresh recollection.
Yes.
When you're done, just talk to me, please.
Yes, I did make contact with her. Okay, this is a response. Okay, there's my email. Yeah.
That's sufficiently a refresh recollection. Yeah. Were you able to make contact with Miss Herring?
Yes.
And did you attempt to call her back?
Yes.
Was her phone connected?
I think it might be disconnected.
You were able to communicate with her via another method?
Yeah, I think I talked to her. Yeah, I did. Okay, I remember talking to a family member. I was trying to find out her connection to anyone in East Point.
And what did you learn? Anything?
I learned she had a friend in East Point. Yeah, she had a friend in East Point.
Did you speak with that friend?
I know the friend name, Bailey, I think.
Right, did you?
I can't recall.
With looking at your report, refresh recollection?
Yes, that will help me. Okay, I talked the mother out of the scene.
Did you ever speak with Miss Bailey?
No.
And why is that?
I had let Mashai work some of the cases because they informed me that I was going to get transferred to police administration.
But were you the lead detective?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, investigator. What else did you do as part of your investigation?
I basically followed up with the victim or trying to get her to talk. I didn't want to rush that because she was very traumatized. You don't rush somebody when they traumatized. But I tried to establish whether she was a runaway or, just trying to establish certain things. And I guess I said, Rick, take over because I got transferred to police administration.
So you never spoke with her?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
No, I passed that on.
Did you go up to the home that she had mentioned this happened in?
Yeah, I did.
You remember the address of that home?
Reed Avenue.
And do you know what city that's located in?
East Point.
What county and state?
I'm sorry, Fulton County,
Thank you.
Mm.
What state?
Georgia.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states and admitted as states one.
Mm.
Does that look familiar?
Somewhat, yes.
And what do you notice about the house in that picture?
It looks like somewhere you don't want to go by yourself going up into.
Is that how it looked when you and Officer Horis went out to the home?
Yes.
And what did you do when you were at the home?
Went up to it to try to make contact and, with someone, but it looked abandoned.
So what did you do to try to make contact?
Went up to the door. And I can't remember whether I knocked or not or so, but it's like, does anybody even live here?
Did you make contact with anybody?
No.
Is this 920 Reed Avenue?
Yes.
And you said it looked abandoned. How did it look abandoned?
I mean, busted out windows, trash all in the yard. It just looked like the yard wasn't even kept. And it had like holes in the glass of the windows. And I did see like a faint kind of curtain that was sheer or so on it. And that was about it.
Did you see any people around?
No.
Did you see any evidence of people around?
No.
Did you attempt to enter the house?
No.
Did you attempt to get a warrant for the house?
No. Mm-mm.
Why is that?
I think Rick took over the case then. Yeah. But yeah. Mm-mm.
But you were assigned to this lead detective, right?
Yes.
One moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do any checks on the residence to see if it was owned by anybody?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
We're looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes. Mm-mm.
Didn't do any checks for anything?
Other than check to see if anybody was living there at the address. And then I try to make contact with the victim by email.
Can I direct you to page 6?
I'm on page 6.
The second paragraph,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
last line.
Last line. A utility check will be made for the residents.
Did you do that?
I don't think I did.
So after this, you never made contact again with the victim?
Mm-mm. I let Rick handle the case.
And you never did anything further with the case?
Mm-mm.
No further questions?
Yes.
Ms. Feely?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to, as preliminary matter, clear up a couple of things. Now, State's Exhibit 1, that was the photograph of the location. You did not take that photograph, right?
No.
And you don't know when that photograph was taken?
It may have been, I don't know. I can't give you exact date, but it was right around the time when we had to go out there. We normally call records and ID, have a crime scene technician to come out there and photograph stuff for us. But I'm tend to be pretty prompt with getting that done, getting my evidence like that.
And you said on August the 29th, when you met with Miss Herring and Lithonia, there was an ambulance actually there, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was having some sort of crisis, right?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that this incident actually occurred in the early morning hours of August 27th, right?
Yes.
Now, kind of orient, because not everyone is familiar with Cleveland Avenue as you are, but there are numerous businesses, fair to say, in that stretch of Cleveland Avenue, right?
Yes.
Now, this home was located in a residential area, right?
Yes.
And not on the same street as the businesses, is that right?
Right.
Now, as the lead detective, you would have made the call about whether to get a warrant for that residence, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, because I mean, I could at any time just say, Rick, handle the case. That's usually how I operate.
And to your knowledge, no warrant was ever gotten to search that location, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And you also mentioned crime scene investigations. You had access to crime scene technicians, right?
Yes.
And so it would have been your decision whether to send a crime scene technician to this particular scene, right?
Not necessarily.
So your decision as the lead detective, along with who else?
Mashad. I attached myself to that case because the victim was a female.
Understood.
Yeah, okay.
But to your knowledge, no crime scene technicians ever went out to the location?
They went out there to take the image that I see. Because yeah, crime scene technicians normally keep all that in the data, you know. Take pictures. That's what we normally do. We get the crime scene tech to take it.
So it's your testimony that a crime scene technician took the photograph that was state
Yes.
exhibit?
Mhm.
So that leads me to my next question. So crime scene technicians can do things like take photographs of locations, right?
Yes.
And take photographs of pieces of evidence, right?
Correct.
And take pictures of any injuries on a person, right?
Yes.
They can also lift fingerprints in cases, right?
Yes.
Collect blood evidence,
Yes.
collect hairs,
Yes.
collect fibers,
Yes.
cut and photograph things that you may not have noticed on the scene, such as a beer can, for instance.
Yes.
Okay, and they could have tried to get evidence off of that beer can, right?
Yes.
And the pictures could corroborate or not what someone is saying happened, right?
Yes.
You could collect bedding from rape investigation location, right?
Yes, with a search warrant.
And a crime scene technician could take photographs of physical evidence such as a knife, right?
Yes.
And they could actually collect that into evidence, right?
Yes.
Same with a beer can.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, no photographs was taken of the interior of this location, right?
Not to my knowledge.
So not a picture of the bed that this allegedly happened on?
No, not to my knowledge, because I passed the case off to Officer Mashad. I got reassigned to administration, so I had to downsize my cases. I had homicides, I had rapes, I had domestics and shootings already I had on the books. They had to polish off. They go ahead and file and get some solvability to transition into administration. So that's why I let Mashad unleash them, let him go him, so.
And as the lead detective, you would also be the lead in what witnesses to speak with, is that right?
Yes, and I could delegate that also.
And so to your knowledge, no other witnesses were interviewed in this particular case?
Not to my knowledge.
Not that day or any other subsequent day, right?
It could have been, but once I basically delegated it to Mashad to handle, that's his baby.
So you yourself did not interview anyone else other than what you've already testified to, right?
Only the little bit I did.
And when you spoke with her, that was the August 29th date that you mentioned?
Did I mention what, counsel?
Oh, I'm sorry. The date that you actually did speak with Ms. Herring was August 29th, right?
Tried to,
Understood.
yeah.
All right, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Yes.
Any redirect?
Yeah, sure. If a card is provided to the victim with your information, does that make you the lead detective?
No,
What does that mean?
contact me. That's what I mean.
Okay, and why would they contact you?
To follow up with my visit why I came to their house. I mean, my contact information on it, they have a case number on it and how to reach me.
So if another detective during the investigation provides your information to follow up with, that does not make you the lead detective?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
And did you physically call out crime scene text to the scene?
I can't recall.
So you don't actually know if this picture was taken by crime scene technology text,
I believe it was taken by crime scene.
but do you know?
Yeah, I just can't,
Okay.
know anything about going inside the house, all that.
Were you the last person to do work on this case?
No,
And how do you know that?
because I delegated Rick to handle it. I'm sorry, Officer Rashad to handle it.
And when did you do that?
Because I was going to administration. I was getting reassigned to work there.
When did you delegate that to Detective Mashad?
When I got the case, I was with him on that, being that the victim was a female. I can't exactly tell you the exact date, but in the early stages of investigation, like Rick can't go ahead and take this case because I think I'm gonna be getting transferred. So I had to get all those other cases I had off the books.
And the last contact you had with this case was in September?
Yeah.
And no one
September.
else had any information since then?
No, to my knowledge.
So you were the last person to do work on this case?
I last worked on that case in September.
Nothing further, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Questions for retired Sergeant Smith? All right, council, let's step outside for a second to discuss these. Be right back, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Smith, you talked about this a little bit, but could you explain to the jury what your understanding was as to why DeKalb County Police were at the house when you got there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning the house where Miss Herring was, not the house on Reed.
Okay.
That would be odd if DeKalb Police were there, but at the house when you went to interact with Miss Herring the first time, you mentioned there was an ambulance and DeKalb Police. Tell the jurors what you understand the situation was.
Okay, when I got up there, I drove my detective car to the house that she resided at, off of Marbert Road in Lithonia, Georgia. So when I pulled up, the police and the ambulance were already outside. And I'm like, what's going on here? You know, it's just, I wasn't expecting that. So the front door was open. And I remember the stairwell, it was a stairwell going up to the door. So I walked up, I'm like, what's going on? You know? And she was screaming like, we're trying to get her to go to the rape crisis center. I said, okay. So she wasn't really even fit to interview. She was traumatized. She was screaming. The brother had to pick her up and put her in the ambulance.
So you didn't interact with Ms. Herring, and you
No.
saw what you just described,
Yeah.
but given her state,
Yeah.
you decided to talk to her at a later time.
Right, the girl was destroyed. I'm like, what am I gonna interview her for, screaming, and you know, she was mentally destroyed.
Okay.
So,
And now I want to shift to a different location, the house on Reed. We've seen a picture of that lot.
mhm.
Do you know, if any canvassing was done, knocking on neighboring doors or anything like that?
No, not
No,
not
it
to my
wasn't done, or not to
no,
your knowledge?
not to my knowledge, yeah.
Okay. If something like that had been done, would it have likely been included in the report you generated?
Yes,
Okay. Did you take any steps to see if there was any surveillance footage from the Shell station up on Cleveland or on the MARTA bus that might have been rolling by at the time Ms. Herring described some of this happening?
no,
The crime, you and Ms. Reimer had an exchange about, I think it was the two of you. Anyway, someone asked you about the photograph of the lot on Reed Street and who took
Yeah.
the picture. I think it's the crime scene
crime
technician.
scene technician.
If a crime scene technician had been dispatched and did work in connection with your investigation, would that have been listed in the report that you put together, or is there some separate report?
Crime scene technician to do a separate report, and
Okay,
it would be listed in mine, but.
it would be listed in yours.
Right, because see, I don't take any evidence unless I got a search warrant. You know, we got digital image from the roadway. And as far as going up there to really process it and all that, I'll get a search warrant before I take a crime scene technician up there.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you got a search warrant.
No, because I passed the case off to Mashai.
Okay.
May I explain kind of, you know how it operates? It's like, okay, Rick, I got this case I gotta do. Can you go in there and handle the rest of this? Cause it look like I'm about to get transferred. I'm gonna be going to another division. You got it? Yes, Sarge, I got it. That's how it operates, you know?
Okay, when was it that you mentioned you were transitioning to admin? And so this is when you had all these cases and you need to find homes for them. And this, Ms. Herring's case was one of those. When was it that happened?
My final I got the notification that I'll be going to admin around that time, because it was real close to that, but the actual transfer would take place in December. So I had murders, rapes, all kind of assaults, and I was still going to court on a lot of cases. So I had to basically start getting those situated, you know, to get either redelegated to another sergeant, because another sergeant came up behind me to fill in for where I was. I didn't want to give him a pile of mess. I'm like, this is this case, this is everything to go with it. These are the dates on it. And basically getting all that situated before the next person took over. But I knew that Officer Mashai was very capable to handle that by himself because I trained him. First case I had with Rick, I taught him how to do a search warrant on a homicide. And he wrote that search warrant spot on. So I had plenty of confidence in Rick Mashai. Rick, you got it? Yes, sir, take it. Because I got to go. He took charge of the case, Sean.
Did you take any steps to confirm that this investigation into the allegations Ms. Herring brought move forward at all after you transferred it?
No, it wasn't me. I gave it to them. They have other supervisors that ensure that that's done.
Okay, so you, in your mind, affected the transfer, and then you're turning to what you need to do, thinking, all right, Mashad has this case.
Right. Next case.
Got it.
How you gonna situate that? So that's how we doing. I'm like, okay, we'll assign it to this person over here. Because we have so many investigators, and I did that also. I assigned cases. When cases came in and I read it, okay, this is this person's zone, so they get assigned this case. This person works juvenile, so I assign that case. That's how we operate.
Any questions for Ms. Smith based on that, Ms. Reimer? Ms. Feely? All right, thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break now. We'll be back in 10-ish minutes, 3:25-ish on that clock. Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research during the break. You, like I said, are free to fan out in the hallway and whatnot. State you've got witnesses for us after the break?
Yes, Your Honor. May I request a little longer than 10 minutes?
How much time should we break?